Howdy folks, Corky Duke Farminator here. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farms Map. Schafer's Ag Service Part 125. This is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. And let's see, where were we? We were harvesting these fields. We got barley in. We need to pick up the straw there. And here. Okay. All right. Okay. This grass has been cut. That's what I wanted to check out. Okay, so this is these two barley fields. What is it? 3 and gotta be big. Oh, freaking believable! Got it parked right where the number is. I can't see where. I should know what field it is by now, but I don't. 19. 3 and 19. Potatoes. So how many cuts do I get before October? So August 2, exactly 2. All right, that'll work. Because October I gotta put the oilseed radish in. All right, that'll work. Oh, look at this. Park him right here. There's 5. We need to make seed out of this barley. Do we have 500,000? It looks like it. Oh. All right. All right. It's gonna be more. So we're gonna have enough straw, I think, for a while. Hopefully. Still got wheat fields and oat fields left. 3 wheat fields and what, 2 oat fields? What happened to oat fields being yellow? Excuse me. Ah. I know what to see from here. Oh. However, I need him. Oh, where's he at? Need him to pick up the straw. I think the straw's already been picked up in that field. Yeah, it has. oats and canola next month. Let's check. I think so. Canola. Yep, oats and canola both next month. All right. Is that it? I think I got all the straw. A little over 500,000 liters of barley seed. Turn that into regular seed, so I don't have to buy the seed anymore. Okay, I think I need to fertilize it now. Fertilize and mulch. Where's my, I should have a mulch, or when I have a mulcher. Don't. Okay. Okay, where's my tedder at? It's like it's in the barn, isn't it? Where did I put that down? Is this doing what I'm thinking it's doing? in that right there. Might be some in here. A little bit. Goodness sakes. The other one's full of water. So I don't have any mulchers. I guess I've never done it before on this map. Wow. Okay. All right. Gonna switch them out. Maybe not. Go for a 4,000 series. Yeah, I like it. Whoa. Whoa. Not necessary. Not necessary. I like the wide tires. like that. No. We don't need a front loader attachment. Especially a tractor this small. All right. So in October, this will be the second cutting, the last cutting this year. I turn it into oilseed radish, so next year I can turn it into potatoes. Remember, the first syllable of potatoes is hot. It explains that's why you're craving that. I don't know, I've never smoked marijuana before, so, but I just hear that you get cravings for munchies. Never ever taken any illegal drugs. My only problem is alcohol. But I've been sober for 35 years now, starting in July. So there used to be woods right there. Now it's farmland. Rich, fertile farmland. All right. .40 wide tires. wide John Deere tires. All right. Gotta find where did my tether go? That's frustrating me. I can't find where the hell I put that thing. Should be around here. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Might as well just put it there. So it's central location. It's a good central location. Got plenty of straw in the other places. Did I do it? No. Where the hell did I put it? Damn, I hate this. Right there, that's it, right there. Ah! Yeah. Just gotta remember where I put all this shit. mulching these flowers. What is it doing? Hope these two don't run into each other. I think we're all right. Barely. Alright, done, set, forget. Alright. all used to be woods. And then met the fury of my chainsaw. Now it would be turning into furniture. Yes, it would. All right. Huh. Unbelievable that he can't get by that. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Come on, what's the deal? Man, come on. What freaking deal? I'll be right back. Wow. Come on. Dang it. Too many ditches. These stupid maps. I swear. I'm from Michigan. There's not this many ditches in the entire state of Michigan. These maps are accurate. Oh, bullshit. Everywhere you go, there's a fucking ditch. I can't believe he's in the way. Come on now. Oh, excuse me. I gotta get some more coffee. I'll be right back. Go check my sugar. Right where it's supposed to be. Basically what I gotta do to keep my sugar good, not eat. Oh.
Kind with millions of followers, not just the kind with a video camera and a hat. Tucker Carlson has gone beyond criticism to formally split with Trump. You've probably heard about this story if you follow the news, and for good reason. It is a huge deal. It is a break with Trump that it would be very hard to undo, and it speaks to a larger problem in the early lame duck period of his troubled second term. Tucker cast his defection as more than a choice. He basically said it was a moral necessity, a matter of conscience. He's even mused about a sort of religious failing, a possible evil or anti-Christ element working within Donald Trump. Fact check, way above my pay grade, but that's the level of vitriol, of moral judgment against his one-time ally, Donald Trump.
Antichrist, okay. I don't believe in God. So obviously I don't believe in an Antichrist. And if you read the Bible, you would realize that Satan is not the evil one. God is. God is doing all the killing in the Bible. Not Satan, God. God is the one that approves of rape and slavery. Not Satan, God. We really don't know. The Bible doesn't really say what Satan's position is about rape or slavery. It doesn't say. But it does say that there was a rebellion in heaven led by Satan, and that's why he was thrown out. Now, if God approves of rape and slavery, and Satan rebelled against him, doesn't that mean that Satan is against rape and slavery? Question. Need an answer. Hello? So this antichrist bullshit, or antichrist, whatever.
Hey, we can tell you another former Fox host with a similarly large MAGA following, Megyn Kelly.
Remember, Christ is supposed to be the same God that God is. Supposed to be the same one, not Father and Son. You believe in the Holy Trinity, they're all three in one.
Because of his immorality,
God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are all supposed to be the same God.
Pain of former Trump backers who have found, often in public, that there is no loyalty in return with him. No matter how loyally you serve him, even, for example, as his vice president for the whole term, or in the rooms giving him national security advice only to find yourself indicted. It's the familiar refrain of people who did serve him loyally only to run into what Kelly, and I'm going to show you the clip, now calls his demon-like response. Notice how Tucker and Kelly both reached for the occult, the supernatural, the good versus evil frame, which is more than blue versus red, I would remind us. The issue is that Trump went on to try to ruin the lives of his own aides. Kelly, Bolton, Cohen, Vice President Pence. It's a pattern. That's what they found last term. We all witnessed it. And so someone who would do that to people who served him loyally, who he broke bread with, whose families he knew, how would he treat the rest of the unknown MAGA fans or soldiers or citizens paying their higher gas prices? If he doesn't care about them, he certainly doesn't care about you. And apparently Megyn Kelly and her audience are discovering that now.
After we told them, how many times did we tell them? How many?
Not good.
Please
and
tell me how many
mostly
times
just
we told
chose
them
to
that.
overlook. You know, he's not a moral man.
Like,
he's obviously not the greatest husband
you got to come to it.
And he's extremely petty and thin-skinned. Extremely petty and thin-skinned. You know, there's no loyalty in return ever from Trump. Ever. At this particular moment, he's alienating so many of his core supporters. Some of those darker demons are much more in the front view right now.
Demons, petty, amoral, alienating everybody. That's Megyn Kelly. This is a kind of breakdown that is now haunting Trump's second term at probably one of the worst possible times. Certainly since the war has been a tough time for him going into the midterms. This is not a politics story like when you turn on the news and the top story is an election or what political people are saying or a story about a politician. It's not really that. This is a politics responding to reality story. As people see Trump's war boosting the real prices they're paying right now, from gas to groceries, a war with no apparent endgame. Americans overwhelmingly sour on Trump's economy. Remember, that's part of what got him elected, a vow to improve the economy, to lower prices. 56% say he's hurting the economy. A paltry 28% thinks he's helping. Megyn Kelly is joining along with Tucker Carlson, who was even more emphatic than her because he's ditched Trump for good. And he didn't just say, I'm out. He said, I'm out, and I'm sorry I was ever in. He literally apologized for the 2024 backing like it was some kind of moral failing, something to reckon with. His consciousness, if you favor that Tucker-esque
don't accept your apology
discourse. Now, Trump sees these people ditching, and he knows they matter. Podcast titan Joe Rogan has been criticizing Trump on immigration, on deploying soldiers to U.S. cities, and on the war. Now, he didn't give a burning bridge announcement the way Tucker did, and so it was noticeable that this White House tried to warm up the famously independent media star with an invite for a different issue that Rogan also covers. You can see him there directly behind the president, the issue of the drug war and the possible benefits of psychedelics. Now, Rogan attended, he spoke a bit, but you got to give some credit to Rogan's independence. He got that big access. There are a lot of people in media and politics who would be thrilled on the right to go join the MAGA Republican president in the Oval Office, flanked by other cabinet officials, might mute their criticism at least for a month. So credit to Rogan. That access did not quiet what he says are his genuine concerns about Trump's war. Here he was again today.
How this is ever going to work out, and I really don't know. How do you get out of this? And then what does the exit look like? Do we have troops over there forever now? Do we subsidize them if we blow up their power grid and all their infrastructure? It doesn't make sense they choose to do it when they did it.
Fair questions, plain English, clear critique, and he didn't just mute it for 2 weeks or do some sort of transactional thing. He's just doing what he does with millions of people listening. 70% also say the economy is not only bad, like I showed you, but in a separate polling question, that it is getting worse, which reflects a downcast view of the Trump economy and what people likely perceive as the war problem going into the midterms. People don't expect this to happen overnight, that we would get improvement. Fox News noting the economic gloom, the bad Trump ratings signal tough GOP midterms, and the channel also reporting on what it has referred to at times as the Trump government's incompetence.
New polls show people are not confident that our government is competent, and the president's approval rating stands at 42%. He's way behind on inflation, the economy, and government spending.
And that's just one poll. Trump is even lower in others. A third of Republicans unhappy with his leadership. The MAGA audience that Fox and Tucker and Kelly speak to has clearly found more skepticism of Trump. Democrats have a 6-point advantage in the generic battleground ballot. That's from the nonpartisan Cook political report. It matches the situation. There is some time between now and the midterms. But again, there isn't any clear evidence that a lot of this would change overnight, because as I mentioned, this is not a politics story, by which we mean the ideologies and brands and the things that people say in exchange about politics in person and online. This is a reality story, or as our friend James Carville said, an economy stupid story, but not just politics. The spike in gas prices is a war tax. It's hitting home. And there are reports on the broader problems in the war Trump started where there isn't a good endgame. A fifth of the world's oil is now blocked. That is a worse position than we were in before this war started. The Pentagon today has told Congress that even when this strait is reopened as they hope, it would be a slow rebound. 6 months to clear out the mines that are in there because of the war. Gas prices elevated through the midterms. This war of choice by Trump is also now the biggest energy threat in history, according to the International Energy Agency. And as Americans pay, as if this was all not bad enough in the very measurable ways that it is bad and worse than before Trump got involved, everyone would be happier in America and at the pump if he just didn't do things, if he just wasn't president, or at least president on Iran policy. That's true of even MAGA supporters. But amidst all that, the Trump administration's corruption deepens in public. And I'll just tell you this as someone who's kind of covered a lot of this, as a reporter and a lawyer. It could take years of thorough, independent, and I would hope nonpartisan investigations to even get to the bottom of the Trump swamp corruption. The second term, unlike anything we've seen in the modern era, worse than Nixon measurably in the amount of graft. The crypto, the payoffs, the self-dealing, the alleged market and betting manipulation, which must be investigated because we don't know how high it goes. There's clear reports and evidence, for example, of abuse of insider information. We don't know if it goes all the way up to the top of the White House or the upper middle range of cabinet members or lower middle. It's a problem for the U.S. either way. It has to be investigated if we care about it. Remember, bribery is also an enumerated impeachable offense if anyone got involved in bribery that touches on the president. Again, that has to be investigated, not assumed, investigated, but boy, is there a lot of smoke out here, and that brings me to this conflict of interest drawing huge concern today as you, the American people, quite literally pay much higher prices for this open-ended war. Donald Trump's son, Eric, has scored a $24 million contract with the Pentagon for his company.
Foundation Future Industries, a robotic startup, aims to develop these autonomous robots. The company just secured a $24 million contract with the Pentagon and the company's chief strategy advisor, Eric Trump, President Trump's son. Congratulations to you both.
Coming from hospitality, the uses are unlimited.
Thanks for joining the stream.
You were just talking about China. We are America first. We have to win this race.
The sound you hear is of Trump breaking two vows at once. Drain the swamp and end forever wars. Pentagon budget ballooning in requests under this war. The price of the war ballooning that you're paying. The swamp, as you see, is active. Even if it doesn't reach the level of criminality, it is an obvious, illicit, scandalous conflict of interest to be paying off your son for the Pentagon in the same way that Republicans used to worry about much, much, much smaller sums, allegedly from a Biden son. And by the way, if any of that much smaller amount of money was only a product of his dad being president, it was also wrong, as we would report here. But however wrong it was as a measurable corruption matter, it has now been dwarfed by this Trump swamp while you pay for it.
Yep.
Donald Trump's family is
Hunter Biden.
Quite relatedly to his unilateral choice to bomb Iran and give more money for the Pentagon.
Eric Trump.
Everyone else pays
How come they're not streaming that? Why?
If you wonder
because it's
why
a cult.
Tucker Carlson
That's
and
why.
Megyn Kelly are mad, those are some reasons, plus their audience. If you wonder why their audience is mad, well, that's obvious. And then the question becomes, how mad is everyone going to get going into the voting booth in November?
Let's start the hour with MS Now Washington reporter and co-host of The Weekend, Jackie Alamany at the White House. MS Now senior national security reporter David Rode is here with me. And two senior fellows at the Council of Foreign Relations are joining us, foreign policy columnist Stephen Cook and Washington Post columnist Max Boot.
All right.
Jackie, you spoke with the president just this morning. What did you learn?
Yeah, on essentially what we got from President Trump was a status on the second round of negotiations that were postponed earlier this week. His answer to that question, essentially TBD, about when J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner will return to Islamabad to continue to try to hash out a longer-term deal. He told me, and I'll read the quote, that Iran has no idea who their leader is at this moment. He said they're all messed up. You know, we took out really 3 levels of leaders and everybody that was even close behind him, so they have a hard time figuring out who the hell can speak for their country. They just don't know. Now, I'm going to save the fact check for our colleague David Rode, who quickly spoke with a bunch of experts about Trump's claims, who have essentially said that they're incorrect. And I think some important context here that, might help illuminate why the sudden posture change and different tone change that we're hearing from the White House about extending patience to Iran, issuing an indefinite ceasefire, and basically allowing them to take their time and coming back to the negotiating table is the intense political pressure that he is under right now. He has new polling out this morning that shows that his approval ratings are at an all-time low. You have energy experts around the world saying that the world is really now facing the greatest security threat in modern history with regards to the lack of oil that is coming through the Strait of Hormuz. But meanwhile, the U.S. has said that they're going to continue this blockade. The Iranians have said that they would be more likely to return to the negotiating table if that blockade is ended by the U.S. military. So a lot of moving parts here, everything changing really hour by hour.
Jackie Alamany, keep us posted. Thank you for that reporting. David, what are your sources telling you about the comments we heard from the president this morning and those really interesting videos we're seeing both sides release?
I just want to thank Jackie for getting that interview. She's done an incredible job of reporting at the White House. In terms of those videos, again, the president talks about the Iranian Navy has been decimated. Every boat has been sunk. Well, there are members of the Iranian Navy, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, seizing a tanker. You can see it yourself on their videos, and they seized 3 tankers yesterday. They have a Navy. They have closed the Strait of Hormuz, period. So the president's claim there is false. And then the president's claim that the problem is the Iranians and they don't know who their leader is and they're all divided. That is also false. I mean, I've talked to multiple experts, and there's an amazing story in the New York Times. Farnaz Fasihi wrote it for them. She spoke to 23 people inside Iran, And so what has happened is the supreme leader was killed. His son has been named as a new leader, but essentially a group of Iranian Revolutionary Guard generals have taken over. They are in firm control of the country. They were already in power. It's not a new regime, and in a way it's more hardline. But these generals are controlling Iran. They are deciding who negotiates where. So it's not a new government. It's not a divided government. And if anything, it's more hardline. And that's what I've heard from experts and what the New York Times is reporting as well.
And Stephen, it seems like the U.S. is still trying to figure out the best way to deal with Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. Just this morning, President Trump reiterated his threat that the U.S. will strike these small, fast attack boats Iran is using to seize much larger cargo ships and possibly lay more underwater mines. The president has previously said that he did not consider them much of a threat. Did the U.S. underestimate Iran's ability to use what looked like recreational speedboats to cripple the strait?
Yeah, and this is a tactic that the Iranians have used before. So I think the president's threats this morning are part of a pattern. The pattern where the president threatens escalation, expecting the Iranians to moderate their behavior or to stand down, and the Iranians take him up on the escalation, and then he's confronted with whether he has to escalate or look for some other solution to the problem. I think what's interesting about
playing him like a
particularly with the extension of the ceasefire that the president announced yesterday, is that it's clear that the Iranians have figured him out. They have called his bluff. He does not want to escalate. And now they are playing this game where they say, we will go to the negotiating table, but you have to lift the blockade. That would be a tremendous humiliation, setback for the president if he were forced to do that.
Max, you have a plan for how to move negotiations ahead, and it starts with the U.S. paring down the agenda. Walk us through it.
Well, my thought is that, it's possible that Trump could actually achieve something with his blockade if he doesn't get too ambitious. He's not going to convince the Iranians to suddenly surrender and give in to all his demands. They made pretty clear that's not going to happen. But I think there is the possibility of using the U.S. blockade of Iranian shipping as a bargaining chip to force the Iranians to lift their blockade of all non-Iranian shipping. So essentially what I think we should do now is offer an open-for-open deal to the Iranians where we lift our blockade and they lift their blockade. And that essentially removes the gun from the head of the global economy and also from the head of the Iranian economy, because both are in serious jeopardy as long as the blockades continue, and buy some time to have lengthy negotiations on the nuclear issue, which are not going to be resolved overnight. I think that's the only way forward, because otherwise, if both blockades stay in place, it's basically a ticking time bomb, and the damage to the global economy will worsen. We're likely to be thrust into a recession. The damage to the Iranian economy will worsen as well. But again, I very much doubt that this cabal of generals, who, as David noted, are now in charge of Iran, I very much doubt that they will surrender on what they see as their red lines.
And David, on the economic pressure, it looks like it's a test of wills in many ways. On one hand, the president is risking costing his party the midterms at this point because of the cost of gas prices. On the other hand, Iran is really putting so much trade at risk here, $500 million a day in lost trade because of the blockade the U.S. has inflicted them with. Which side can endure more pain longer?
So Sudeep Reddy, MS Now's Washington bureau chief, asked me and Julia Jester, who covers the State Department, to ask experts. And the vast majority said Iran clearly can endure more economic pain. It's a terrible situation. This is a terrible government. It's, shot and killed protesters. But because Iran isn't a democracy, they're not really accountable to the population. And beyond that, they have been under some kind of sanctions since like the 1980s. So it will hurt them. They're going to be short on cash. They can't sell oil, but they grow their own food. They've learned how to limit, the kind of imports they need. Whereas oil experts are saying if this continues through the end of April, some of the gas shortages, not just high prices, but a shortage of fuels that we see in Asia and other parts of the world, could start hitting the U.S. next month.
And so, Stephen, Jackie told us, there are these logistical and communication challenges that the president discussed with her that he's dealing with and why it's halted negotiations moving forward. I want to play just a portion of what he's been saying about finding an end to the war. Let's listen.
The entire country could be taken out in one night And that night might be tomorrow night. Let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. From the standpoint of America, we win. I think they will agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. In fact, I am sure of it. If they don't agree, there's no deal. There'll never be a deal. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. We can do whatever we want. And it should be ending pretty soon.
That sense of urgency, what are all the posts the president's been putting out signal to Iran, and does it help the U.S. negotiating position?
Well, I'm not sure it's a sense of urgency. I get the sense of desperation of the president who backed himself into a conflict that he thought would be over in a number of days. And I think the Iranians have a pretty good read on the president and are not taking him up on any of the bluster. They are responding in kind. So I think it would suggest that negotiations, if they happen, it will be long and extremely difficult. But they know these are the hardest of the hardliners in Iran. They are willing to allow the Iranians to eat dirt before capitulating to the United States. That's not likely to be the case if and when there are gas shortages in the United States or people's summer travel seasons are disrupted because there's lack of jet fuel. I think the president knows this, and he's looking for different ways by threatening escalation, and that's his only card, and the Iranians have just not been willing to play.
And Max, both CBS and NBC News are now reporting that Iran's missile capabilities have not been destroyed as significantly as the president and the Pentagon have been saying. How concerning is this? How has Iran been able to be so resilient militarily?
I think this is another example of a nation that's pretty successfully waging asymmetric warfare against the United States, even though we're much more powerful. We've seen, another version of this in previous decades in Iraq and Afghanistan, where, I think the Bush administration and Don Rumsfeld and others were saying, like, how can we possibly not be winning in Iraq because we're so much more powerful than the insurgents? Well, the insurgents in Iraq figured out how to hit America's weak points with IEDs and guerrilla attacks, and the Iranians have figured out how to hit our weak points, and really the weak points of the entire Persian Gulf energy infrastructure, which they've targeted so successfully with missiles and drones. And despite all of the strikes that Pete Hegseth keeps bragging about that we've launched against Iran and the 15,000 targets that we've hit, et cetera, at the end of the day, U.S. intelligence admits that Iran still has significant military capabilities, including perhaps half of their missiles, half of their drones, perhaps half of their speedboats. And it doesn't take much to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. It just takes the threat of an attack on a single tanker or cargo ship to paralyze 20% of the world's global energy flows. And that's the weapon of mass economic destruction that the Iranians are now wielding so successfully. And Trump really has not figured out a counter to that.
All right, let's get back to the news. Let's bring in investigative reporter for the New York Times, Michael Schmidt. He has some extraordinary new reporting that the FBI investigated a New York Times journalist last month who had reported back in February that FBI Director Kash Patel used bureau personnel for his girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins, providing her with government security and transportation, use of the plane, at taxpayer expense. That's including for personal outings. So, Michael, walk us through what you found here. This is one of the fears of this administration's retribution campaign, that it would go after not just political opponents, but journalists that they believe had made them look bad. What did you find?
Yeah, so reporters sometimes can find themselves caught up in leak investigations where the government wants to figure out who their sources are. And the government will go in and subpoena the reporter. In a pretty extraordinary case earlier this year, the government went in and executed a search warrant at a reporter's home to try and figure out who their sources were. In this instance, the FBI looked at whether a reporter for the New York Times, in simply doing what is widely considered routine reporting, question asking protected by the First Amendment, whether that action was stalking, and whether that there was stalking that was going on towards the director's girlfriend. We learned that in the days after the Times wrote this story in late February, the FBI interviewed Kash Patel's girlfriend. The FBI went and queried its databases to see what information it had on the New York Times reporter Elizabeth Williamson. And then FBI agents determined that they believed there was enough there to move forward with what's called a preliminary investigation, an investigation into whether the New York Times reporter had broken federal stalking laws, whether they, simply through the reporting on the story. And there was, nothing that the Times reporter that had done that went beyond what we do every day as journalists out there, reaching out to people who often we don't know but are trying to get information from, in a story that's trying to understand how Kash Patel was using the FBI, as whether he was using it for personal reasons that went beyond how different department heads and agency heads and leaders in the government use it. And, the FBI has denied the story. They said it was false. They said that the questions that had come up about Elizabeth Williamson were in connection with a threat that had been made against the director's girlfriend by someone out of Boston in a case that did end up with an arrest. But when we, after that pushback, we had actually gone back and done more reporting to learn about really how specifically this was focused on my colleague Elizabeth Williamson, and how the investigative work was looking at criminal questions on what's, as I was saying before, but it's important to understand, widely accepted normal journalism, journalism that we had thought in the media was protected by the First Amendment.
So, Michael, to explain this a little bit, first of all, the original piece was not disputed by the FBI that Kash Patel's girlfriend was received a full-time SWAT protective detail and had used government taxpayer-funded transportation, that Kash Patel had used the same to go see her at certain events. What they're disputing is, I guess, that Miss Wilkins, his girlfriend, said she felt harassed during the investigative process, the investigative journalism process, and so that the FBI was just looking into those claims that she was being harassed, but that the Department of Justice never pursued that as a case. Does that sound right?
Sort of, but I'm not sure the statement was quite that clear. But they were trying to push back on it and trying to make it look like it had been part of something that was different. Even with the FBI as it currently is, and the sort of different relationship that they've had with the truth, we did go back and do more work after they initially pushed back, and we were able to sort of understand better just how much the FBI was focused on this New York Times reporter. The FBI was able to, the FBI has a lot of information in its own files that it's accumulated over the years, and looked through those files to see what they had about this New York Times reporter. The FBI agents on the case believed that there was enough evidence to move forward with investigating two different laws that they thought had been broken in connection with what they thought was this stalking. Justice Department officials learned about what the FBI was doing and thought it was really outside the norm. They thought that the Justice Department officials thought that it was retaliatory, and they did not think that there was a legal basis to move forward. But the FBI itself, did think that there was enough to continue to investigate and to look at this reporter. And the issue that obviously there's a lot of issues with that. But when Kash Patel has had several things come out about how he has used the FBI as sort of a for personal reasons, and this raises those similar questions.
Yeah. All right. The new piece. Very important investigative reporting by Michael Schmidt. It's in the New York Times right now. Make sure you give it a read. David French, I want to get to David Road after this, but when I see such sheer transparent stupidity and such bumbling abuse of power, I really just want to go up to Capitol Hill and talk to Republicans and say, don't you understand what I've been telling you for a year and a half? That if you have Republicans abusing power like this against their political enemies, against reporters they don't like, maybe it's at the New York Times now, maybe it'll be at Fox News or Newsmax, in a left-wing Democratic administration. Or if you're concerned about a Republican president saying openly to the Attorney General, arrest my political enemies, then why won't a left-wing president look at that abuse of power and that fumbling and say, I'm going to do the same thing? If you have Brendan Carr, who, by the way, he's going to be a guest with...
They already think Biden did it, and he didn't.
Center. Imagine, lucky draw there, I guess. Maybe they just did it by lottery. But if you have Brendan Carr saying,
they believe that because of the lies Trump said about it.
The voices of
Trump can't break the law. No.
This Republican administration.
You're going to break the law, you got to answer for it. That's why you got prosecuted. That's why you're a 34-count convicted felon. Because you broke the fucking law.
Billionaire tech monopolist that somehow gets into the White House isn't going to use the same methods, except they'll be a lot smarter. They'll be a lot more, it'll be a lot more dangerous. Like, how many times does this have to play out for them to understand that their silence actually ends up not only damaging democracy, but it ends up hurting the Republican Party in the long term.
I literally think they want to end it.
About this. I've been in Washington and around Washington long enough. Democrats will see turnabout as fair play. I just wonder, when are they going to wake up and start criticizing this in a way that puts pressure on the administration to stop this nonsense?
Well, I mean, I think the answer is really easy. They're not going to wake up until the Republican primary voter wakes up. Let's just be honest here. All of these members of Congress, they know the primary threat to their career, if they're Republican, is still defying Donald Trump. And so they're not going to wake up until the Republican Party primary voter wakes up. At the end of the day, this is ultimately on the Republican Party primary voter. And, you know, what we're seeing here is, Joe, it's just an enormous amount of pride and hubris. If you go back to November of 2024, there was this sense, and going from November to December and then into 2025, that they had destroyed the left, that there was this permanent vibe shift, that everything was changing, that the normal pendulum of American politics had just swung away from the left permanently. And so the amount of arrogance that we saw, the amount of brazen corruption, as if there will never be any accountability, as if there will never be a change in control, as you say, is just extraordinary. And honestly, I do not think it has sunk in to the MAGA part of the Republican Party. It is in such a bubble. I do not think it has sunk in the extent of their political peril right now. And so they're continuing to operate in all of this pride and hubris with no foundation for it in American public opinion. And I expect you're going to see some pretty severe Democratic accountability coming soon. And Republicans will, when it comes, Republicans will wonder where it came from. Well, it came from their own pride and arrogance.
David Rowe, this is an extraordinarily troubling development. It comes on the heels of a Washington Post reporter having her home-rated devices seized as part of an investigation there. We now have, as Michael Schmidt just outlined for us, a New York Times reporter being investigated. I mean, this is exactly what so many people were worried about. The President Trump was reelected and promised retribution, and we know he has made attacks on the media a centerpiece of his political career. And now he is, in a way he didn't in the first term, he and his team seem to be targeting journalists in a new way, a way that, frankly, let's just call it as un-American.
It's a strategy. It's about, and it just reminds me of, and I wrote a book about this several years ago, but just this concentration of power, the abuse of the FBI and Hoover. Hoover created a list of 12,000 Americans. Some of them were writers and journalists. Some of them were actors. Some of them were, university professors who were deemed as subversive and a threat to the country. And the extraordinary powers of the FBI. And there were all these checks set up after the Hoover scandals, and then also after the Nixon scandals and Watergate. All of that is being wiped away by this administration. So, and one of the groups Hoover went after was the John Birch Society. It's not just liberals that and so when you have this secrecy, this concentration of power, this hubris, and a lot, it's in the president himself. abuses happen. So yes, we're targets, but I think many other Americans. This is unchecked, and it's really alarming.
And as Michael Schmidt reports, Elizabeth Wilkins, that New York Times reporter, was interviewed by the FBI. They searched federal databases on her and investigated whether she violated stalking laws, ultimately deciding that she had not, but the message was clearly sent.
Congressional Democrats are already gearing up to take on the Trump administration if they win back control of the House of Representatives this November. Instead of trying to impeach him immediately, 4 people familiar with discussions told Reuters that House Democrats are developing a broad investigative strategy to target companies and financial firms with ties to the president. Reuters writes, quote, Democrats are expected to examine Department of Homeland Security contracts, financing for Trump's planned White House ballroom, corporate donors, and alleged paid-to-play arrangements, 2 sources said. 2 sources also told Reuters that House Democrats have already started laying the groundwork for possible investigations. They write, quote, party leaders are sending letters to companies, contractors, and other organizations connected to potential investigations. The requests seek records and pave the way for subpoenas if Democrats win the House. Now, I want to point out that all this reflects reporting from our own Jackie Alamany from February. She reported that Democrats were, quote, threatening future investigations of companies that have curried favor with the administration. What all this reporting shows is a desire to hold President Trump accountable, which is especially dire now that his former personal attorney, Todd Blanche, was officially confirmed as Attorney General of the United States yesterday. Joining us now, Maryland Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin, ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee. Congressman Raskin, as always, thank you for coming to the weekend. I want to read something to you from the New York Times yesterday by Glenn Thrush. The headline is, in confirming Blanche, senators endorse a Justice Department under Trump's sway. Mr. Blanche's confirmation in the pre-dawn hours of Saturday was largely symbolic. As acting attorney general, he could have served indefinitely, but it represented a powerful endorsement by Congress of the philosophy that has guided him under a meddling, demanding boss, that he has a constitutional obligation to execute every lawful White House order, even if it shatters long-standing policy and rule of law norms or contradicts what he thinks is right. Congressman Raskin, in that entire thing I just read you, the thing that jumped out at me was that he has a constitutional obligation to execute every lawful White House order. I would argue he's already been given some unlawful White House orders that he's executed.
Well, they believe it's lawful just because the president uttered the dictate in the first place. And everything that Todd Blanche has done indicates that he will follow Donald Trump 100%. He's covered up the Epstein files, totally violating the actual text of the statute that Congress passed. He has done everything he can to implement Donald Trump's utterly lawless $1.8 billion political slush fund, and then the self-pardon that he dealt to himself, his family, and his businesses so that they can't be prosecuted for any tax crimes or any other crimes or any other civil violations they've committed up until this point. Essentially, they've taken Donald Trump's personal attorney and they've made him Donald Trump's personal attorney general. And he serves one guy, and he doesn't serve the American people, and he doesn't serve the government of the United States, and he doesn't serve the rule of law. So we're going to continue to beat them in court and beat them in Congress whenever we can. The last week or two have been great. You know, we had a court dismiss the charges against my constituent Davey Hearn, who had dipped his hand in the water at the reflecting pool and suddenly became the fall guy for Donald Trump's absurd mismanagement and waste of tens of millions of dollars of the taxpayers' money at the reflecting pool, which we call the Strait of Warm Ooze. We won a case related to the, Donald Trump bulldozing of the East Wing of the White House. It's totally up to Congress to control federal property and renovations to federal property, not to the president. And we've been shutting him down there, and just won another 2-1 federal circuit court opinion in the district court, in the circuit court for the District of Columbia about that. And even on the voting, everybody's flipped out because Donald Trump is trying to procure and obtain the voter rolls across the country from the states. And Donald Trump just lost, I think, his 19th straight case related to his efforts to do that. The president has no role in the management of elections, and all of that is just a completely lawless power grab. So we're going to continue to assert the rule of law at every turn with our allies in civil society and attorneys general across the country. We're going to keep fighting back. And we've been trying to gather as much information as possible about all of the scams, all of the corrupt ripoffs that have been taking place. And if and when we get the gavels back, we will be able to pursue those investigations with the power of the subpoena.
Congressman, we had gone an hour and 36 minutes before someone said ooze on this show, and I thought a little bit longer.
Really good. Straight ooze.
I like it too.
I want to shift gears a little bit from Blanche and the DOJ to what Democrats are planning.
Straight of warm ooze.
At the House, if you guys take over. This is a Reuters headline. Democrats plan Trump investigations over impeachment if they win the House. Democrats expect the White House to fight or ignore requests aimed at the executive branch, making companies, contractors, and financial firms working with the administration an important route for obtaining information, the sources said. This is something that Jackie, as Jonathan said, had already reported, that you guys were going to be utilizing other avenues, being more creative, because the Trump administration was not in any way, shape, or form going to engage with you. There's her headline there from February 14th. I was talking to a Democrat the other day, and they were saying that they believe that people want both investigations and impeachment.
Definitely.
And I'm curious what you're hearing.
There's no reason why they can't do both. You can't walk and chew gum, right?
Because you do have Democrats, especially the loudest Democrats online, wanting Donald Trump impeached, pick an issue why. And yet, leadership seems to be more focused on the investigations, knowing that an impeachment is...
You can always investigate him once he's sitting in prison.
Well, look, the American people want a restoration of the rule of law, and we want the government to be an instrument for the common good again. So it is actually working to get health care for people. It is working to protect our environment, to counter climate change, and to end this reign of corruption and lawlessness. That's the principal thing. We've impeached Donald Trump twice. He's already the only doubly impeached president in American history. There have only been 4 presidential impeachments in our entire history as a country, and he's got 50% of them. So, would we go to make
if the
3 of 5,
Democrats take over the Senate, they will be able to convict him and remove him.
Impeachment is not a panacea. It's certainly not a taboo for us. We've already proven we're willing to do that. But the thing is that we've got to be making progress for the country. And so if impeachment advances that process, we would do it. And if not, we won't. We know Donald Trump is very eager for us to impeach him because he's got nothing else going on in his administration. He's got no program for the country. He's got no policies for the country. So he thinks that would be a way to get people to gather behind him and to assemble his troops. And we're not going to play into the game. We're talking about the actual policy progress
that's not going to work
we want to make for America, and holding them accountable for every grift and ripoff, from the crypto ripoffs to the pay for presidential pardons to the $1.8 billion slush fund for his foot soldiers and his insurrectionary army and the
kick him out of office before he starts a damn nuclear war.
Blow the whistle on all of that. We're going to expose all of those
He's threatening to nuke Iran.
I think Jackie is right if she's reporting that we're not counting just on Donald Trump complying with the law. I think nobody's ever really benefited from that kind of reliance, but we're going to find all of the private entities and companies that have been shaken down, that have been intimidated, or that have participated in this reign of criminality and lawlessness. We're talking about the most corrupt administration in the history of the United States of America.
How about the history of the world?
Congressman, I want to pull out what Eugene was asking a little bit more with you. Blowing the whistle on all of these different plots in your words, that's going to require a lot of resources if you all take back the majority in November. I'm wondering where the Epstein investigation is going to fall in terms of the priority and the hierarchy of investigations, or if that is something that you are all hoping can get wrapped up before the new Congress in 2027.
Well, we're nowhere near there yet, unfortunately, because the Trump administration has done everything in their power to sweep the actual contents of the Epstein files under the rug. And that has been a primary assignment of Todd Blanche, who you will recall went to see Ghislaine Maxwell the moment it was clear she was being subpoenaed to come before Congress, not in order to find out who all of the critical participants and co-conspirators were in that massive global child sex trafficking conspiracy, but rather to make sure that she had nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump. And then remember, she got transferred to that very plush and cushy prison camp where they could give her all sorts of special benefits other people don't get. That's really what he's been up to. So we've got to actually make sure that we are getting the information that Congress on a bipartisan basis almost unanimously voted to get from the administration, but they continue to withhold more than 1 million essential and critical documents that go to all of the key players there. In terms of our organization of it, the Oversight Committee continues to take the lead in terms of trying to get all of that information, but the Judiciary Committee, we play a central role as well, because we are looking at the way that the Department of Justice has been corrupted by this effort to suppress the truth about the Epstein files. And we see that the Justice Department has been acting like an injustice department in terms of standing with the perpetrators instead of hearing from the victims and making sure that people are made whole as much as possible and that the truth actually comes out.
Congressman Jamie Raskin, who's the side? We're happy to join us this morning on the weekend. Thank you so much.
New concerns today that while the confirmation battle for Todd Blanche as Attorney General was bruising, being President Trump's Attorney General may be tougher. Here's new reaction to the nomination vote from Congressman Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin.
He's covered up the Epstein files, totally violating the actual text of the statute that Congress passed. He has done everything he can to implement Donald Trump's utterly lawless $1.8 billion political slush fund, and then the self-pardon that he dealt to himself, his family, and his businesses so that they can't be prosecuted for any tax crimes or any other crimes or any other civil violations they've committed up until this point. Essentially, they've taken Donald Trump's personal attorney and they've made him Donald Trump's personal attorney general.
Let's bring in Molly Jong-Fast, MS Now political analyst and New York Times contributing writer and host of the Fast Politics podcast, and Hayes Brown, MS Now opinion writer and editor. Welcome into both of you. Molly, you heard from Senator Raskin, or Congressman Raskin there, on the long list of things that Blanche has already had to do for Trump. What will Trump ask Blanche to do next?
Well, this is the question for every Trump ally, is what will Trump ask them to do next? And what we've seen is that he doesn't have a huge amount of concern for other people who are not him. And we've even seen this with this interview with Jake Sherman from Punchbowl, where he was saying, they're mad at Republicans, but not me. So it's I think these Republicans have learned it's been a decade of Trumpism, and we've seen them again and again. They've sort of hitched their wagon to Donald Trump, and again, Donald Trump doesn't seem to have much concern for them. Look, I think the most meaningful moment in those hearings with Todd Blanche was when Todd Blanche was asked, if he was the lawyer, he came out and said he was the lawyer for Donald Trump, the personal lawyer for Donald Trump. And like the whole point of the job is the Department of Justice is to serve the people, not the president. And so ultimately, I think it's going to be a very tough job for Todd Blanche.
And Hayes, you wrote that this is a big win for Trump, not just installing his former personal lawyer, but also on the IRS settlement agreement. Can Congress still step in here to scuttle that?
Congress can absolutely still step in to scuttle that. The question is, will they? And with the current makeup of the House and Senate, it seems unlikely. The fact that John Cornyn and Tom Tillis allowed their hold essentially on Blanche in the Judiciary Committee to be lifted because Blanche rescinded the order for the $1.8 billion slush fund. Like I wrote, they left the IRS deal in place. The slush fund was the easy political target. No one liked that when it came out. It would have been much harder for them to get Blanche to get Trump to agree to get that off the table. So they went the easy route, and now Todd Blanche has been confirmed he's going to be Attorney General. And he's going to have to deal with the fact that Trump makes impossible asks. He asks people to do things that they know cannot be done, but Trump doesn't like to hear the word no. That's why you see these efforts to prosecute his enemies, even though there's nothing, that they've done nothing illegal. There's nothing on the books that could get them prosecuted, but he still insists upon it. So they have to look and hunt and search for ways to make these things come true in a way that inevitably leads to their failure and him being tired of them. So Blanche is in for a rough time.
Yeah, that's a tough job right there. Molly, switching gears here, another senator who did not vote for Todd Blanche is former Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. He was reportedly released from a rehab facility on Thursday amid new questions about his health and his ability to serve in Congress. Why has there been no video to reassure his constituents?
It's a real question. Everything we've gotten from Mitch McConnell's camp is a sort of trust me thing, right? We got those two pictures. We were told he was released from rehab, but we have not seen him. We have not gotten anything else, and we're asked to just trust them, which, again, I mean, it's just a sort of very unusual situation. And the governor of Kentucky, a Democrat, was, talking about having him perhaps, make a statement, something like a video or an audio, and we did not see that, and so, look, there's going to be, he's not running for re-election. There is already a plan here. I think that there was some thinking that maybe they could put in, that there might be a special election. I think that Congress is now out. They're going to be back for 3 weeks before the midterms. I mean, I think that this, it's too bad that we have to sort of, we have to live under this cloak of silence where we don't really know what's happening with our elected officials. But at this point, there has not been reporting that has bared out what has happened with him.
Still so many questions surrounding and if they're going to let the clock run out here. Hayes, this is interesting. The Atlantic has a new report on what McConnell did as Majority Leader, pushing through Trump's nominees, and more than any other person influenced the selection of judges who will shape America for decades. But the article says that McConnell detests Trump. So why did he do so much to cement Trump's political legacy?
Party. That has been the one guiding star of Mitch McConnell's entire career, has been to try to benefit his vision for the Republican Party. Which is not to say that he's an ideologue, which is not to say that he has a true, view of what the shape of the party should be. Basically, from the time that he joined the GOP, he started to swing right. He joined at the time when there was still a liberal wing of the Republican Party, but he saw where the wind was blowing, and he moved to the right to join them. He made it test Trump, but he knows, or at least knew, that the way to maintain power and influence was not to go against the tide in this case. He knew that the overwhelming forces that pushed Trump into office were too strong to resist. So he decided that he would just kind of go along with the flow and try and shape the party in the way that he still saw fit. How much of a success he's had on that front remains to be seen, but like the Atlantic pointed out, like it's very clear, he is the architect of the current Supreme Court majority, almost supermajority for
he stole 2 seats from the left. That's why.
He's the architect of the
Let's
strategy.
be clear about that.
Get rid of part of the filibuster that lets us confirm it.
The 2020 election was not stolen from Trump, but 2 Supreme Court seats from the left were stolen by Mitch McConnell.
That, I think, has been his legacy, and I think that even though he hates Trump, he knew that for the party to survive, he could not, or at least for himself to continue to give power to the party, he could not put himself on the bench that way.
Yeah, why does anybody continue to kowtow to Trump if they disagree with him? Self-preservation. Molly Jong Fast and Hayes Brown, thank you.
Yes, it is done.
Preservation. Molly Jong Fast and Hayes Brown, thank you.
Yeah. Ankush Kadori, former federal prosecutor and author of Open File, and Aaron Parnas, author of The Parnas Perspective on Substack. Ankush, Aaron, welcome to the weekend.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, just the confidence of everything I just read is just sort of rendered me speechless. Thank you. Galling. Ankush, the president has been on a tear on his social media platform about the ballroom ruling. And I'm going to read again what he said. This decision is a national security threat at the highest level. The military and Secret Service are viewing this as a national security threat to our nation, and that the entire complex is being built for the protection of our country. Seriously? I mean, is this... And I joke about this damn ballroom all the time, but that argument, to me, I wonder if you think the Supreme Court will take that national security argument and use that as the pretext to say, yes, Mr. President, keep building.
Well, look, it would not surprise me if the Republican appointees on the Supreme Court adopt a pretext that Trump is advanced in support of a decision that ends up ruling in his favor. They've done that before. There have been some really terrible rulings adopted under a pretext, including the TPS ruling, most notably, I would say. So the Supreme Court is willing to indulge fictions and to pretend that things that are in front of them are not actually in front of them for 6 Republican appointees. That said, this is a particularly, I think, legally fraught situation for him. He's very, very obsessed with it. Not just politically, I know you folks talk about that all the time, but, a couple months ago, you may recall that there was sort of a crazy brief that the Justice Department had filed with a couple of pages that read like a truth. So Todd Blanche told people several days later, this didn't get picked up really, that he strongly implied that Trump had written those pages. Mm-hmm. Now, why does the president have time to write or dictate pages of a district court filing concerning the construction of his ballroom? I mean, it is disturbing, actually, that this is how he spends his time instead of attending to the...
Maggie Hammond writes in the New York Times that he spends 70% of his time on quote-unquote hobbies like this.
No, that 70% of his brain space is pulled up of all of the digging into the gluing gold appliques around the White House.
Arts and crafts.
Yes, and literally. I had a therapist one time say, you make time for the things you want to make time for. So he seems to be making time for those things. Shout out to them. That was a lot of help then back in 1928. Aaron, I want to look at these different polls that Trump's approval rating at historic lows, because usually when presidents see their numbers low, they go, oh, back up a little bit. Something might be off. Not so much this time around with Trump. CNN SSRS poll, 34%. AP NORC poll, 33%. Quinnipiac poll, 32%. Reuters Ipsos poll, 35%. The first term, it felt like, and Jackie, you correct me if I'm wrong, the first term, it felt like Donald Trump. It felt like Donald Trump if the bad polls would move him. Bad headlines made him change pace. And Aaron, that has stopped.
Well, Eugene, those are fake polls. Yeah. Those aren't the real polls. The real polls inside the White House that he's being briefed on have him at 100% among Republicans right now, which is not true. Yeah. I think ultimately this is a president who's not running for re-election. No matter how many times he says he wants to, he's not going to. And I don't think he cares what happens in 2026 in November. I don't think he really cares what happens in 2028. I think he's focused on enriching himself, his family, and his companies as much as possible and getting out of Dodge. That is the goal over the next 2 years, that he's going to use his executive authority to do whatever and however he can to get that done.
So interesting to me because every president ends up as a lame duck at some point, and they start typically thinking about what the legacy is going to be, right? That second term is a lot of like, what am I leaving here on Earth? And mostly we're just getting gold-plated things.
And yet, he still, at least according to one of our colleagues who wrote this week about a lot of the rules Trump has broken, but has still been able to maintain his kingmaker status. And while Trump's popularity, this is according to Elizabeth Moline, is declining rapidly among large swaths of voters, including groups that have been core to his base, new polling from YouGov shows that almost all self-described MAGA Republicans still support Trump, awarding him an 89 net job approval rating. That gives him a lot of power to play kingmaker in Republican primaries, although it doesn't always pay off in the general election. Ankush, I'm wondering, all of the time that we've spent trying to talk about Trumpism and the MAGA movement, I mean,
If I die and God said you can only eat one thing the rest of your life, it would be this chocolate.
I've never eaten chocolate that is so creamy and just instantly starts melting in your mouth.
These come from Grandma Ann's kitchen. She didn't make.
Is Trump MAGA at this point, and is there a Trumpism, or is it just Trump?
I think it's just Trump. And I mean, look, those polls always come out the same way because the way that they're constructed is you have to self-identify as a MAGA Republican. So almost definitely you're going to end up answering yes when you then get the question, do you support this President Trump? The actual aggregate polls across the country, as you all know, are very bad for him. Right, he is losing not just Democrats and the traditional anti-Trump people, but critically he's losing huge swaths of independents.
And non-MAGA Republicans.
Right. So, the question of like checks, though, it fascinates me because you're right. Ordinarily, you expect him to have his own set of checks. But then we have people in Congress, too, who are not exercising their own power. I mean, we just had, obviously it's top of my mind, Bill Cassidy totally roll over on Todd Blanche. He had decisive authority in that situation, and his decision, I think, is going to have a very dramatic effect on law enforcement in this country and potentially even the midterms in this country. Remember, Todd Blanche has said that there's a ton of evidence that the 2020 election was rigged, totally deranged lie that should have disqualified him by itself. He said, what's the big deal about having ICE agents go to the polls? So, it would be great if, while the president is not interested in the traditional levers of persuasion or self-correction, if the people in this town who actually do have those levers might use them themselves.
Aaron, apparently, I'm going to talk about the reflecting pool. You went to the reflecting pool yesterday. I, on my walk yesterday, saw it from afar. Because it's fenced in. Yeah. It's all jacked. Is the water back? Half back. It's half back. Kind of like that lining. Talk about what you saw, and also, I think you took a picture. Do we have a picture of the sign that was there? That's casting blame. There it is. It's casting blame on other administrations. Basically, it says after years of neglect by previous administrations, more than half of the 58 water supply ports were so clogged that they were deemed non-functioning. Yeah, okay.
Another sign that seems like it was directly dictated by Donald Trump.
Right. Well, maybe not. It's not in all caps. But anyway, Aaron, I mean, the New York Times reports that, and we've been talking about it for a long time, that the reflecting pool is literally like a metaphor for this administration. Your observation?
Yeah, and I think that what the president in that sign really made a mistake about was the fact he forgets that he also is one of those previous administrations, right? So he is actually blaming himself when he's putting up that sign for not unclogging the pipes. But I will say this. I think when you run past that reflecting pool, seeing the black lining around it, not being able to go, it's all meant to convince tourists who are coming to D.C., who don't know what's happening in Washington, D.C., who don't know this chaos with this reflecting pool, to see that sign and say, oh, it's not Trump's fault, it's anyone else's fault. And unfortunately, it is a microcosm of the rest of this administration. I think that the president has been very fixated on this, just like he's been fixated on the ballroom. And I don't know that there's anything that's going to stop him before he gets his way. I wouldn't be surprised if he pushes Pirro to try to re-indict that Olympia.
Well, yeah. Truth Social, Trump yesterday, Friday, said U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro should revisit respectable case. Quote, there were witnesses to the vandalism, all caps, and the flexible areas of the material were cut with a knife. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro should revisit her hastily made decision on Kush. We have said on this show, and probably every show that folks have talked about this harm. You can say one thing on the internet, you can say one thing in front of the rallies, but when you get in front of a courtroom, you have to tell the truth. Still. Right. At least today. Right. The President of the United States can continue to say to Jeanine Pirro, gotten somebody cut with a knife. We've seen no pictures, guys. It's been weeks and weeks. Someone made it up. Or I just realized, or video. What people don't know, there are cameras on the walkways that are parallel to the reflecting pool. I look up at one every time I walk by, just like I was here, just no knives. But if someone was cutting it with a knife, there would be video somewhere.
And he would release going in. It didn't happen. Enough time has passed. The evidence, to the extent it exists, would be entirely in the government's possession, and we haven't seen any of it. So I think that answers the question of the mystery of the 350-foot gash. Now,
but do you anticipate that she's going to bring it back? Because she's in Florida.
I don't think so, simply because, do you know how bad the case must have been for her to dismiss it in the first place? No, I'm serious.
No, I mean, this is the person that decided to try to pursue prosecution against Jerome Powell.
Well, also, and she tried to get the 6 Democrats in Congress indicted after making a video about disobeying illegal orders and managed to get 0 grand jurors in that exercise. So this is someone who's very willing to humiliate herself.
Oh, and don't forget ham sandwich guy.
Oh, the Subway sandwich guy? Yeah, put some respect, So I look at that, the same facts, and I say, well, it must have been really bad for them to have already pulled the plug on the Olympian case. And look, even if she tried to re-indict it, it would be a total debacle. I can't even tell you on so many levels. I doubt they would be able to get a charge returned. The judge might dismiss it. The defendant has already got colorable civil claims against the government for this mess, and they would only get much better if the government then re-indicts him after Trump directed the U.S. attorney to do so. So, but you're right. I mean, the facts are facts, and that's why it must have been really bad. They must have been really embarrassed, and I think it said a lot, actually, in a way that was sort of accidentally telling on themselves, the Justice Department, that when they dismissed that case, they spent so much time trying to point the finger at the Department of Interior instead of themselves, who are the real culprits.
The Jeanine Pirro, Doug Burgum, Trump meeting was literally an episode of Veep, including props, with Jeanine Pirro bringing in a box of evidence to make her case in this showdown.
It is Veep. For everyone wondering if it's scandal, it's Veep.
Scientists at the University of Vienna studied 173 men, gave one group testosterone and another the placebo. Then they measured the motivation to compete for status.
It's Veep.
2 months ago, in June, the Supreme Court rejected Donald Trump's effort to strip away birthright citizenship and rewrite the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. This week, he bolted that ruling, and he decided to try again anyway, because it's Donald Trump. Why not? On Thursday, the president signed 2 different executive orders attempting to put restrictions on who's automatically guaranteed citizenship after being born here on U.S. soil. And Donald Trump did not hide what this is.
I thought we were going to win it at the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, we had a bad decision, very unfair decision. Our country suffers because of it, and we're ending it a different way.
What a baby. Ending it a different way. Remember that. Here's the law. The 14th Amendment says all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens.
Boom.
The Supreme Court confirmed that reading in 1898, United States versus Wong Kim Ark. And it confirmed it again in June. Trump versus Barber is striking down Trump's first birthright citizenship order. This is what Chief Justice John Roberts wrote, quote, under the Constitution, they are citizens at birth.
Boom.
They're citizens at birth. So what's in round 2 of this doomed mission? One of the new executive orders denies citizenship to children of anybody who works for a foreign government or an international organization, not just diplomats with actual immunity, but embassy aides and UN staff and civil servants. It also excludes children whose parents are, quote, engaged in fraudulent activity to obtain citizenship. The second executive order targets so-called birth tourism, which is the practice of pregnant women traveling to the United States to give birth so their newborn can have automatic citizenship. The scope of birth tourism remains unclear, but estimates by the CDC and the Center for Immigration Studies show it amounts for less than 2%, 0.2 of babies born in the U.S. every year. But I want to bring something to your attention that is in these executive orders. They exclude the children of parents tied to groups that the government deems a terrorist organization. And here is why that is particularly troubling. We talked about this yesterday. Notice the examples the administration reaches for. Tren de Aragua, Antifa. Antifa, shorthand for anti-fascism, is not an organization. It is an idea. And we are talking about a decentralized movement with no headquarters, no membership roles, no leadership, a non-entity that Donald Trump declared a terrorist organization back in September. And since then, that completely made-up designation has so far only been used to target protesters.
Yep.
Follow the mechanism here. The executive branch decides who counts as a terrorist organization, and now the executive branch says that designation can determine whose children get to be Americans with all the rights that flow from it. So where does the White House claim that this new power comes from? Stephen Miller says the president is using, quote, his authority as commander-in-chief. But as legal experts have pointed out time and time again, there is no commander-in-chief power that allows a president to override the citizenship clause of the Constitution. He has no magic presidential wand. And state attorneys general are already gearing up for round 2 of this legal battle. Speaking to The Hill, Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford put it this way, quote, while President Trump believes he can dismantle the Constitution with a wave of his hand, our nation's founders established the rule of law. We will teach him that lesson as many times as he needs to learn it. The Constitution gives Congress the power to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. The ACLU's Cody Wolfsey put it this way, quote, an executive order that tries to rewrite birthright citizenship will meet the same fate as the last one. It's probably right. The courts will almost certainly strike this down too, according to experts, but that is not the story. The story is a president who lost at the Supreme Court on the plain text of the Constitution and responded by signing essentially the same policy with new dressing. And then he told us exactly what he was doing. Ending it a different way. Ending it a different way. Trump looked at our democratic process and our system of checks and balances and said, yo, I'm going to end it a different way. We've seen this movie before. Trump lost the 2020 election. He tried to overturn the result, and he ultimately failed. What happens now? Between now and 2028? What other powers will Donald Trump try to claim after the courts say no? And what else? What else might he try to end in a different way when it doesn't go his way? With more on this, I'm joined by California Attorney General Rob Bonta, who sued the Trump administration over his first attempt to restrict birthright citizenship and was in the courtroom at the oral arguments of the Supreme Court when Donald Trump sat there and listened to the case that he ultimately lost. Attorney General Bonta, it's good to see you.
Morning, Jacob. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Stephen Miller is saying these new orders they're narrower, I guess, and they do not conflict with the ruling that you were involved with at the Supreme Court. Do you believe that to be accurate?
I don't. This is Trump not being able to let it go, being a sore loser, being a chronic lawbreaker, a repeat offender, no regard for the law. He was literally in the courtroom, in the Supreme Court. Apparently he wasn't listening closely enough. We have the rule of law, we have the Constitution. The Constitution of the United States of America is stronger than and overrides any presidential decision. Remember, this is Donald Trump, who the day he was sworn in and raised his right hand and swore to follow the U.S. Constitution, he went into another room and proceeded to break it with an executive order that undermined the constitutional right of birthright citizenship. We sued him the next day. We won in the U.S. Supreme Court. And instead of complying with Wong Kim Ark and Barbara versus Trump and the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment, he is deciding to break the law again. So we're going to wait the 30 days set forth in the executive order to see what the Secretary of State does and what the Department of Homeland Security do. But the 4 categories that he has set forth, whether it be alien enemies, employees of foreign governments, the children of parents involved in birthright tourism, or the children of those born in territories where federal statute doesn't already confer citizenship, that seeks to rewrite, those categories seek to rewrite what the U.S. Constitution says. So this is very likely unconstitutional. This is Trump having a tantrum and not being able to take a loss by a U.S. Supreme Court with 3 of his appointees, and we're going to be monitoring closely, and we will act accordingly.
I just want to drill down on this, so-called birth tourism, which is its own issue. It's rooted, they've talked about this for a long time, in the administration's authority to crack down on visa fraud. That's what they say. Is there a legitimate distinction between regulating visa fraud and denying citizenship to a child born in the United States? Citizenship to a child born in the United States, in your view?
Yes, absolutely. There's a difference. If you're born on American soil, you're an American, period, full stop. That's what the Citizenship Clause says of the 14th Amendment. That's what their first executive order tries to rewrite and undermine, and so is very likely unconstitutional. If the president wants to take steps sort of, upstream, if you will, or the executive branch wants to make determinations and provide clear rules around who gets a visa when, under what circumstances, that could be a different analysis. But when it comes to whether someone is born on American soil, whether it's because of birth tourism or anything else, they're an American citizen. That's an important part of who we are as a country. It's a promise that's given to each child born on American soil that they're part of the American dream, that they can help make us a more perfect union by voting and serving on juries and even running for office. That cannot be changed by a president. So when it comes to those being born on American soil, the president cannot change that. They are citizens, period, full stop.
We know that Stephen Miller has been obsessed with this Alien Enemies Act, and the order, I guess, invokes so-called alien enemies, including people connected to groups the administration designates as terrorist organizations, as I mentioned, like Tren de Aragua and Antifa. Can you walk me through your concerns about giving the administration that kind of power when it comes to citizenship?
That just shows you the level of stupidity that Trump and his supporters are
Absolutely.
at.
I mean, they cannot be trusted. They are seeking unfettered, unchecked discretion to use this label of terrorist against anyone that they want to use it against. They have shown that they will abuse their power, that they will weaponize the government. See the United States Department of Justice and going after James Comey and Tish James, going after political enemies when Trump barks the order to go after enemies, regardless of any liability or any guilt. They will do the same thing here. So it is very dangerous. It is very concerning, giving them carte blanche to slap a label of terrorism on anyone who they see as a political enemy is not a path we want to go down, and is very dangerous and likely unlawful.
No one better to talk to this morning on that issue of birthright citizenship. California Attorney General Rob Bonta beat President Trump at the Supreme Court once. Sounds like we might see a rematch. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Jacob. Thanks for having me.
keep in mind, that means Trump's not a citizen either. If he wants to get rid of the 14th Amendment, and he can get back to Scotland, where the fuck he's from.
Lawrence O'Donnell. Good evening, Lawrence.
Rachel, I don't consume everything that happens in the news on the weekends, and so I saw Donald Trump trying to wave a flag for the very first time just a few minutes ago because you showed it to me on TV. Has anyone, is there, so we're just left to guess about explanations for that, or what?
I honestly felt like when I saw that, it looked to me like he was trying to diaper something. I was like, is he trying to wrap something, swaddle? Is he swaddling something? Does he believe that this flag is supposed to be used as an implement for accomplishing some other purpose? It was like, I've never seen anything like it.
Seems like maybe a first-time flag waver, like didn't know. It's supposed to end. Like you're supposed to be finished at some point. Waving
even if you're very exuberant, it should come to an end. I did restrain myself tonight from talking about Trump saying that he was going to use the U.S. military against the bond market. That his plan, there was a military option against the bond market, but I could not restrain myself from showing the flag table.
This work takes restraint. It's kind of lucky that we only have an hour, because that in itself forces a certain restraint on what we present of all this madness, which it's now my turn to do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Thank you. If Natalie Harp went to law school, she could have written the Supreme Court opinion today about Donald Trump's attempt to seize control of voting by mail in the United States. It's one of those opinions issued on the court's so-called emergency docket, which means the case was not fully argued to the Supreme Court, but all of the Republican appointees to the Supreme Court decided that the case was so urgent that it needed to be ruled on immediately, with none of them willing to actually sign this thing today, which leaves it very likely to have been written by Chief Justice John Roberts, whose first sentence could only be written by a Natalie Harp-type Trump groupie, someone who believes in the Trump fairy tale of a Never Never Land where Donald Trump was never, ever, ever indicted and charged with conspiracy against the United States of America for trying to illegally overturn the 2020 presidential election. Donald Trump is the biggest and most famous election criminal in American history, the only president of the United States in history to call the Secretary of State of Georgia and ask him to commit an election crime.
All I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have.
That's a crime. What he just said right there is a fucking crime.
Natalie Harp are just totally cool with that. The Republican Supreme Court. What you just heard is one of the crimes that Donald Trump was charged with in both a federal indictment and a criminal indictment for violating Georgia state law. And so it took Natalie Harp-like delusion for the Supreme Court opinion today to begin with this first sentence. The president recently issued an executive order regarding election integrity. No, he did not. Donald Trump issued an executive order attempting to corrupt elections. Donald Trump issued an executive order trying to prevent me from voting by mail and from preventing 30% of Americans who vote by mail, at least the ones who vote Democratic. Donald Trump issued an executive order creating a list
make
of
that
voters
a point too.
who would be allowed
He doesn't mind the Republicans voting by mail, like he does.
who would be
But
allowed
if you're a
to vote
Democrat,
by mail,
forget about it.
created by the president.
Matter of fact, they don't want
Created by
Democrats
the
to vote,
Department of Homeland
period.
Security, which, according to the Supreme Court, is the president. Donald Trump is personally in control of everything the federal government does, according to this Supreme Court. And only the people on that list, created by Donald Trump, would have Donald Trump's permission to vote by mail. No one else would have that permission to vote by mail. Donald Trump's executive order specifies the design of the envelopes for voting by mail. That is a direct intervention for the first time in history by the President of the United States in our voting process. Those envelopes are controlled by the states and the counties that produce those envelopes. And so far, the Republicans of the United States Supreme Court think that all of that's okay. The United States of America has never had the slightest problem with the integrity of voting by mail.
Not until Trump came along.
There's no need for a presidential executive order about election integrity on voting by mail, and there's also no conceivable constitutional basis for a presidential executive order about election integrity, so-called, because, as the judges in the lower courts handling this case pointed out, the Constitution gives the President of the United States no role in elections anywhere. Every word that follows that completely false first sentence of the Supreme Court decision is as willfully naive and childish as that first sentence.
3 hours
The
here.
Republicans on the Supreme Court say that it was just too soon for states to object to Donald Trump ordering the Postal Service to come up with rules for mail-in ballots, because when the lawsuit was filed, the Postal Service had not yet come up with that rule. The Supreme Court says if Donald Trump convinces the Postal Service to issue an illegal rule, only then can the states sue Donald Trump and begin to object to that. The Republicans on the Supreme Court wrote, quote, "Federal courts review final rules, not proposed rules. If the Postal Service's final rule harms the states, they may challenge that rule." Now, Supreme Court opinions are written in advance of their publication, sometimes long before their publication, but this thing was supposed to be an emergency. This thing was supposed to be very present tense stuff, very up-to-the-minute stuff, and so the Supreme Court opinion dated today says, quote, "If the Postal Service's final rule harms the states, they may challenge that rule." The Postal Service issued their final rule on Friday, and this emergency Supreme Court opinion today doesn't even know that. That's the kind of fantasy land John Roberts is living in. And the Postal Service rule issued on Friday says that the Postal Service will not deliver my mail-in ballot if they don't like the envelope that I use. The long-held motto of the post office, which was engraved over the entrance of New York City's Farley Post Office, the largest one in the United States, is "Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night stays these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds." Delivery of the mail has always been a sacred federal duty, and interference with delivery of the mail is a federal crime. For every frustrating story about something getting lost in the mail, there are those remarkable miracles achieved by people doing their faithful duty at the U.S. Postal Service in the real attempt to live up to that motto. In fact, decades ago, when I was an unknown parking attendant in Boston, I actually received a piece of mail, an envelope, delivered to my home from Ireland, addressed simply Lawrence O'Donnell, USA. The Postal Service didn't have much to go on when they saw that address, but they didn't give up. It took a couple of months, and everyone involved in finding my home address in Dorchester and delivering that piece of mail to me worked as hard as they possibly could to deliver that mail to fulfill their sacred duty. And they got it right. Miraculously, they got it right. And now Donald Trump and his Postmaster General, David Steiner, are eager to block the delivery of my election ballot by mail if they don't like the envelope that the state uses for that. 3 justices appointed by Democratic presidents, of course, dissented. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, appointed by President Obama, wrote, quote, "The order thus requires a fundamental overhaul of the state's existing mail-in ballot systems, changing from a state-administered process to one in which the federal government controls who gets a ballot and whose vote counts." John Roberts will get his mail-in ballot. Clarence Thomas will get his mail-in ballot. Donald Trump will get his mail-in ballot, and he'll use it. Their ballots will be delivered. But what about mine? What about yours? The fight against Donald Trump's voter suppression executive order will continue in court now that the rule the Postal Service issued on Friday is final. The Supreme Court will not be able to say it is still too soon to fight that rule in court, and so it will be fought in court. Tonight, the governor of the state with the largest number of mail-in ballots in this country said, quote, "Wow, the Supreme Court just let the Trump administration move ahead for now with its plan to disenfranchise voters across the country. California will be suing again to block these Orwellian rules from being implemented." So the very same set of facts might be back in front of the Supreme Court soon. And it will be another case for the realists on the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan, versus the Natalie Harps of the Supreme Court, the believers that Donald Trump can do no wrong even after they have seen the wrong, even after they have heard him do the wrong in that phone call to the Georgia Secretary of State. Nothing said by anyone in the Iranian regime during Donald Trump's war with Iran has angered Donald Trump and his White House staff as much as something Senator John Ossoff said about Donald and Natalie.
While the sailors on the Lincoln fight his war, while he fruitlessly drains our munitions and oil reserves, the president sleeps through his meetings. He golfs and trades stocks. See, he doesn't want to do the job. He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar.
The White House attack dogs came after John Ossoff viciously for that reference to Natalie. And that White House reaction created even more attention to what Maureen Dowd's Sunday column in the New York Times calls Natalie's magnificent obsession. Quote, "It turns out, with 3 little words, Ossoff pulled a string and unraveled something really dark and deranged at the innermost circle of Trump's White House. The president's proclivity for surrounding himself with sycophants and attractive young blondes is well known, but this relationship is pathological and a source of great irritation among other courtiers. It is Trump distilled to his essence, cult leader and his most rabid follower, narcissist and his most flattering mirror, the daughter of a devoutly Christian real estate broker who died by suicide during the pandemic. Harp idolizes Trump with a rare fervor. As one of his social media facilitators, she is with him most of the day and often evenings, and she never takes a day off. The Times' Maggie Haberman calls Harp the binky of the man-child president. It was reporting by Maggie Haberman that revealed Natalie Harp is the perverse, racist supplier of one of Donald Trump's social media posts depicting President Obama and Michelle Obama as animals. It is one of the few Trump social media posts that was judged too evil and sick and racist and deeply perverse for even Donald Trump to post, and so it was taken down. That racist post, made possible by racist Natalie Harp, takes its place in the rare collection of Trump social media poison that even Donald Trump could not defend. Natalie Harp's social media post about the Obamas was so dark and deranged that Donald Trump took it down, but kept the racist who posted it closer to him than anyone else in the White House, including his wife, who made what can properly be now described as a surprise appearance at the White House. She is the first lady in history for whom presence at the White House is a surprise. She had not been seen publicly by anyone, anywhere, in 31 days. When she presented herself on Thursday at the height of the Natalie Hart scandal and spoke these inane words.
Good afternoon. I heard you missed me. Here I am.
Chris Whipple literally wrote the book, actually the books about White House chiefs of staff, and is an authority on White House organization and the operations of White House personnel. This weekend, he told Alex Witt this about Natalie Hart.
It's an extraordinary relationship, unique I think, in this White House. Natalie Hart is clearly a troubled young woman with a need to idolize Donald Trump. But the real danger here is Trump's fixation on her. In a normal White House, presidents have a so-called staff secretary who tees up reliable information on every side of an issue so that a president can make decisions. But in this case, proximity is power. And so Trump is getting his information from someone who wants to please, only tells him what he wants to hear. And so he's getting his information in effect, from a kind of fact-free fan bureau. And that's nobody's idea of a staff secretary in a healthy White House.
It is an unhealthy White House. It is a dark and deranged White House. And the dark and deranged section of the United States Supreme Court, which might as well be led by Chief Justice Natalie Hart, actually pretends to believe that Donald Trump spends his day working on, of all things, election integrity. Joining us now is Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island. He's a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator, what was your reaction to the White House decision today?
More weirdness out of this Supreme Court. In one sense, it's a nothing of a decision because there were two lower court proceedings. One was brought by the Democrat attorneys general. That covered the states of those attorneys general. That was the one where the order was stayed. But there's another one that was brought by advocacy groups that covers all 50 states. And that order still stands. So it really doesn't have much effect. And in the ordinary course, and in front of an ordinary court, you'd think, okay, no big deal. But the fuss in this case that caught all of the Republican justices' attention was the difference between a proposed order and a final order, which is a fairly minor technicality. Against that are 50 states with state-run elections and state election officials who have to prepare for an election in November and who are entitled to know what the rules are going to be about mail-in ballots sooner rather than later. And when you put those two things in balance, you'd think it would easily come down on just waving off that decision, particularly when the final rule is, in fact, now.
I love G-Fiber. I love my G-Fiber. Google Fiber is the best. Fast and reliable. Quality's great. Speed's great. Affordable. $70 a month. You can't really beat that.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Blocking calls doesn't work. Here's why. If your phone keeps lighting up with unknown callers, it's not just random spam. It's your info leaking online. Check this. Yesterday, I plugged my number into Cloaked. In seconds, it showed me my info on over 120 data broker sites. Then without me doing anything else, Cloak started wiping those listings. No forms, no follow-ups. Just gone. Now my phone is quiet, my inbox is chill. Scammers, they lost their shortcut to me. If this resonates with you, hit the free scan link. See where you're exposed and shut that spam noise for good.
now out. And then you get into the background of all of this, which is postmasters general have never had a role in elections. The states have a role in elections. So it's a huge shift from state to federal power, and it gives an election authority to an individual who's never had it before. And then, of course, it's a prior restraint on access to the mail for certain voters. And it's really always been the case. I used to prosecute mail fraud cases. The thing goes through the mail first. Then you prosecute the mail fraud. You don't try to stop people from using the mail, bar them categorically. Even if they're criminals, you pursue them after the mail fraud. And here they're going after ordinary voters, which raises the whole context of President Trump's election interference scheming. And in the context of a court that will come up with crazy decisions like presidential immunity when it's not in the Constitution, and do false fact-finding about dark money to keep its Citizens United decision rolling, it's really hard not to feel a little reverberation of anxiety that this is a court that, once again, is up to no good for a political motive.
So there's a line in there about time will tell. Basically, time will tell if Donald Trump wants to commit a crime here. They say that, of course, that this ruling doesn't mean that any measure taken by the government to implement the order will necessarily be lawful. On that score, time will tell. Time will tell if Donald Trump wants to do something illegal with the elections. And the idea that they had the rule from the Postal Service on Friday, and they still published this opinion on Monday, pretending they don't know what's in it, pretending time will tell what's in the ruling that was issued Friday.
Yeah, I mean, it's really quite bizarre and even, pretty sloppy. You'd think that they would say that they knew this, but they're going ahead knowing that the second round of litigation on this will be there shortly.
Dang it,
Why
I forgot about
in
the
the first
plow.
place right
Damn it.
now, unless what you want to signal is that a plainly illegal executive order by Trump is something that we will stroke our chins and consider seriously as if this was something legitimate going on. And, of course, adding uncertainty to the elections for 50 different states' election officials really helped serve the election disruption purposes of this administration.
Senator, please stay with us. We're going to fit in a commercial break here, and when we come back, I want to ask you about Donald Trump's new war, this one against Canada. We'll be right back with Senator White.
Next month, when I cut it, I'll just retry it.
On an update of the North American Free Trade Agreement, the trade agreement he condemned in its first campaign for president. Each country fully complied with that agreement every day of that agreement until Donald Trump decided to violate the agreement that he himself had agreed to during his first term. And now Donald Trump is trying to impose unconstitutional and illegal and astronomically high tariffs that are paid for by Americans on products imported to this country from Canada. The Wall Street Journal called Donald Trump's new war against Canada his dumbest trade war. On Saturday, Republican Senator running for re-election Susan Collins said this.
Be right back.
No, we won't make the playoffs. We need to improve our team. Looks like we're going to have to find a new quarterback.
Too many damn
the
ads.
transfer market. Select a QB.
I still think imposing new tariffs on Canada is a mistake. We produce a lot of Maine, our blueberries, our potatoes, our lobster, our lumber that is processed across the border. If it comes back with a huge tariff on it, perhaps as much as 50%, that increases the cost of heating, building homes, and purchasing our best-known products. So I have voted repeatedly against the Canadian tariffs.
Ontario's Premier Doug Ford said this.
I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. And he's actually tariffing his own people, taxing his own people. And I'm going to make sure I communicate through the U.S. media. I'm going to be reaching out to every single governor, every single senator, and every single congressperson. And when it comes to the midterms, I have a message to the Americans. Don't vote in a person that's going to kill your jobs. He ran on creating more jobs. Last time I checked, jobs went down in the U.S. and Ontario created more jobs. He ran on reducing the cost of living. Last time I checked, foods are more expensive down there. Homes are more expensive. And the reason homes are more expensive because he has a tariff on our lumber, which 33% of all homes that are built in the U.S. use Canadian lumber.
Here's what Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney said about what the Wall Street Journal calls Donald Trump's dumbest trade war.
You're at war when you get attacked. We got attacked.
Back with us, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, a member of the Senate Finance Committee with jurisdiction over tariffs. Senator, Donald Trump once again thinks he can get away with imposing these tariffs individually. Will these tariffs also be fought in court?
I expect that they will, but the real damage comes between now and November, likely before a court decision, at least a final one, gets reached. And that's what's peculiar here. We're coming into an election. We're about, a little over 70 days out. The number one concern of the American people is the cost of stuff. That and the feeling that we have a chaotic bumbler of a president. And he goes off on this chaotic bumble of Canadian tariffs that will raise costs even more for American voters. You look at swing states, contested states like Michigan, like New Hampshire, like Maine, that are border states with Canada. They don't just have, trade and tourism across the border. They've got friendships, family relationships across the border. And the idea that you want to inflame all of that 70 days out with tariffs so chaotic that the Wall Street Journal, that mouthpiece of corporate big business and the fossil fuel industry, calls him dumb, and that this is a blunderbuss approach. I don't think they were insensitive to the word blunder in the middle of blunderbuss. So he's making a huge mess. And, I can't help but think that there's something in the back of his strange mind that knows he's failing as president and that wishes to tear down the whole Republican Party with him so that he does not fail alone. There's almost no other logical explanation for why a president with control over all the chambers of Congress and the White House would, on the issue most important to the American people, do something so stupid and so counterproductive and so chaotic today that both hit the cost button of the American voter and the problem of him being a chaotic bumbler. So I don't know that you need to get to a court to solve the problem here. The problem is in the pocketbooks of American voters who I think have figured out that, guess what? Tariffs raise my costs.
Mm-hmm. I'm so glad Doug Ford specified that American voters, Americans are the ones who pay these tariffs. That's the lie Donald Trump's been trying to get away with for years now. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And coming up, Donald Trump is now comparing his war in Iran to D-Day, the most successful and ultimately triumphant American invasion force in history, back when Canada was our ally in war. That's next. story matters is that it is further confirmation of one essential fact of the Trump White House, that the president exists in a degraded, chaotic information environment. He rejects information that is gathered and collected for the purpose of informing him and is highly reliant instead on counsel from people who have no incentive to contradict him and every incentive to tell him what he wants to hear or what they want him to hear. Trump has dismantled every institutional structure designed to curb the worst aspects of the presidency, a tendency toward isolation and groupthink, and has instead sunk deeper into his own propaganda and invented reality. In Donald Trump's invented reality, the Strait of Hormuz is wide open and has been for months now to shipping, even though he and Natalie Hart are the only people who could possibly believe that or even fantasize about that. Last week, Donald Trump promised an economic D-Day, as he put it, would hit Iran. And today, his Treasury Secretary also promised that economic D-Day, but not today. The actual D-Day in World War II was a secret. It was not broadcast ahead of time. It was the best kept secret in the history of war, and the most effective secret in the history of war. And when American troops landed on the beaches of Normandy in the face of deadly German fire, they were accompanied by their allies in the British Army, along with allied soldiers from other countries, Ireland, Australia, and of course, importantly, Canada. Hundreds of Canadian soldiers were killed on D-Day, side by side with their American comrades. And now Donald Trump has brought his economic D-Day strategy to Canada, but has not yet tried to impose it on Iran.
You described this as an economic D-Day, but D-Day wasn't a threat of an invasion, and the U.S. didn't give a timeline to Germany. So why not impose the sanctions today?
Well, we are giving everyone the opportunity to remedy bad behavior. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? We believe that it is important to level set and give people a cure period, but they should know that that will move very quickly and that we are serious.
Joining us now is retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral John Kirby, his former White House National Security Communications Advisor, and is an MS Now National Security Analyst. Admiral Kirby, I want to get to this, I feel, nonsensical use of the phrase D-Day for something that you're warning about publicly ahead of time, and begin with what Jamel Bowie identified as, at this point, the president exists in a degraded, chaotic information environment. As we take in more descriptions of that environment from Maggie Haberman, Jonathan Swan's book, and other reporting, what is your assessment of how that kind of environment leaves a commander-in-chief during war?
It closes down his decision-making space, Lawrence. And one of the things I've observed in my years in government, the best leaders are the ones that really avail themselves of a true diversity of opinion. And two, they make it clear to their subordinates that they want their ideas to be challenged. They want to be told if they're thinking about something the wrong way. They want as much latitude as they should when it comes to national security to make their decisions in a thoughtful, deliberate way and really have given enough consideration to the pros and the cons, the risks, as well as the gains from any decision that they're making. So if in fact this is the information bubble exists that Mr. Trump is making decisions in, then he's not being served well. We all want the commander-in-chief to be served well, and if he's not being exposed to a diversity of opinions, and quite frankly, if he's not willing, if he's sending the signal that he doesn't want, he's actually hurting. Hurting himself and his ability to make better decisions.
So the whole concept of an economic D-Day with Iran seems to be a way of using war language so that Donald Trump can pretend he is still in some sense waging his war while he actually stops war-making activity. Maybe that's the calculation to get from here to the elections, is to only be engaged in what he's claiming is an economic war. with Iran. How would that work?
Well, it's not going to work on a number of levels. I think they're using the D-Day branding as sort of to sound muscular. But of course, as you know, in military language, D-Day vernacular means that's the day you start an operation. Nothing started today. It was really just a threat to maybe put in international sanctions going forward. But the history does not bode well for the idea of trying to bring a war to an end just through sanctions. There's only one example back in the 90s with Bosnia where sanctions, UN sanctions, by the way, not just U.S. sanctions, actually helped get Milosevic back to the table, but it also took additional bombing, too. So there's not a good track record here, and these weren't sanctions that were announced. The other thing about it is it only works if you have partners. You talked about D-Day and our allies in your opening, and you're right. We had a dozen allies hitting those beaches with us. You can't do something like what Mr. Besson wants to do without allies and partners engaged in that. And right now, we're a coalition of one. The other thing that is concerning is that the devil's going to be in the details. The only way sanctions bite is if they're fully implemented. You can just bet yourself your next paycheck that Iran is going to find a way to get around it. And I was very intrigued by what Mr. Besson said about China today. He really soft-pedaled on China. If China's not on board with this regime, then it's really not going to work. They get 90% of their oil from Iran, and they have workarounds in the past. So, I want the regime to come to the table. I'm glad that they're looking for ways to do this short of bombing. I don't want to begrudge them their creativity here, but I'm skeptical because the sanctions just typically don't work in the middle of a war. And this regime has shown no propensity to be driven by economic considerations of their own people.
Admiral John Kirby, thank you very much for joining us today.
Yes, sir.
Coming up, an issue ignored in the elections 2 years ago is now a top campaign
That's where I
issue.
put it.
And it is hurting Republicans, especially in the state of Ohio, where our next guest is running for governor. Dr. Amy Acton joins us next.
You said we should have him on the show because you know how much I like talking to authors of books. So I did on Friday night. I had Kurt on the show, and it was a wonderful discussion. It was a nice compliment because somebody had been watching your interview with him. I took notes from that and had a great one. So thank you for the booking tip.
That's right. The book is sold out.
Yes.
The Breakup by Kurt Anderson. And so we will alert you out there as soon as the book is back in print. The first printing completely sold out, thanks to what your coverage of, I think it was your coverage Friday night, Ellie, that just sold out the book.
Between the two of us, it's a good read. So thank you, my friend. You have yourself a great night.
Thank you.
The 11th hour starts now. Tonight, Donald Trump just won a partial victory in his bid to turn the U.S. Postal Service into a political weapon against voters. We'll dive into what it means for the midterms and beyond. Plus, the data center backlash is coming for Republicans. We'll head to one red state where it might be too late for the GOP to backtrack before the midterms. And what started as a bit of Trumpian bluster is now a full-scale trade war complete with counter-threats, name-calling, expletives, and tens of billions of dollars, your dollars, hanging in the balance. What it means for your bottom line ahead. Imagine it's November 1864 in Petersburg, Virginia. 60,000 men have already died in the trenches there. Private Thomas Halligan is one of the soldiers still standing. He's 500 miles from his home in Lansingburg, New York. He can't leave the line to vote, so he signs a ballot with a shaky X. He has it witnessed, and he puts it in the mail. Halligan was one of over 40,000 Union soldiers who voted that way that year, by mail, from the front. Lincoln himself, who won that election, said it plainly: we cannot have free government without elections. In the middle of a war that was killing hundreds of men a day, the United States trusted the mail to carry its democracy forward. That trust is the oldest continuous thread
in this country's electoral history. It's older than the telephone, it's older than income tax, it's older than half the states in the Union today. Here's the twist. The Postal Service's own motto, the one about snow and rain and gloom of night, isn't even American. It's Herodotus, writing 2,500 years ago about Persian couriers. An architect liked the phrase, so they carved it into the James A. Farley Post Office at 34th and 8th in New York City in 1914. USPS built more than a century of trust on a borrowed line about reliability, and now that trust and that reliability are being weaponized. On Friday night, the U.S. Postal Service issued a 95-page final rule on mail ballots. It requires states to upload voter and ballot data into a new federal system before USPS will deliver a single one. If a state fails to comply, ballots will simply not be delivered. That's the rule. It comes out of an executive order that President Trump signed in March, directing the Department of Homeland Security to build lists of who's allowed to vote by mail. States have fought it for months. Under the Constitution, states run their own elections, and buried in this new rule, the U.S. Postal Service defends the new power by comparing your ballot to cremated remains and replica explosives. Quote, although ballot mail does not present precisely the same operational issues as cremated remains or replica explosives, it's unquestionably sensitive mail that raises unique operational considerations, end quote. Cremated remains and replica explosives get special handling under postal law because they're classified as sensitive matter. USPS is now arguing that your vote belongs in that category too. 2 federal court injunctions have been blocking the rule. Both of them come from the judge Indira Talwani in Massachusetts, but in separate lawsuits. One brought by 23 states and the District of Columbia, and a separate one brought by the League of Women Voters. Across the 2 cases, Judge Talwani has ruled that the Trump administration has no constitutional authority to dictate how states run their elections. But the administration has appealed to the Supreme Court, asking for both injunctions to be lifted. And today the Supreme Court issued an order per curiam, meaning it is an unsigned order, lifting one of those injunctions, the one from the state's lawsuit, which had blocked the entire executive order, including the new post office rules. The other injunction from the narrower League of Women Voters lawsuit, which specifically targets just the U.S. Postal Service rule within Donald Trump's larger executive order, is still in place. So, whether Trump can now run full speed toward implementation is unclear. Plus, the Supreme Court did not rule today on the legality of the order itself. It just ruled against the argument from 23 states and D.C. that the changes to the election system cause their states harm. The majority of the Supreme Court today found that, quote, the order itself does not harm the states, so the district court lacked the jurisdiction to bar the government from trying to implement it. The reasoning from the Supreme Court is that the states suing the administration have not been harmed yet. Quote, Section 3 orders the Postal Service to initiate the process of proposing a rule that might bind the states in the future. It is not a proposed rule, let alone a final rule. If the Postal Service's final rule harms the states, they may challenge that rule, end quote. That's what the Supreme Court wrote today. But remember what I just said to you like 3 minutes ago when the show started? That the USPS announced on Friday a final rule.
It's a secret tip hackers don't want you to know about. With this app called Malwarebytes, your phone, desktop, or any other device will be protected 24/7. It has a web blocker that keeps you safe from phishing sites and fake links. VPN.
We have announced on Friday a final rule. I don't know how the court got that wrong, because we all knew that was the case. But military and overseas voters from North Carolina are going to be sent the first ballots of this general election on September 4th, 11 days from now. Voters are as close as possible to being harmed by this rule. As Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson wrote in her dissent, this process, quote, needlessly injects chaos and uncertainty into the upcoming midterm elections. The court has held for a while now that even valid election-related claims can come too late. Today's revelation is that such claims can also come too early. Never mind that an election is looming and related harms are presently occurring, end quote. Now, whether the post office could implement such a rule less than 2 weeks from the first mail-in ballots being sent out is another question entirely. USPS admits that it cannot legally implement this for the midterms unless a court clears the way. And I said there is that extra stay that's still there. We don't know whether the Supreme Court will deal with this tomorrow or at all. But the USPS did issue the final rule on Friday anyway, attempting to become the largest, bluntest tool for voter suppression in this country. 161 years after Thomas Halligan signed his ballot with an X in the trenches of Petersburg, Virginia, the mail still carries American democracy. The only question now is which way. Joining me now is the former United States Attorney for the Northern District of Alabama, Joyce Vance. She is an MS Now legal analyst. Joyce, thank you so much for being with us tonight. This is a complex issue that I have to say I think people weren't necessarily paying full attention to until all of a sudden this final rule pops up from the Postal Service that upends the way people in many states think about voting. There are some states in this country where the majority of voting is done by mail.
Right, that's correct. And I think the reality here is folks who were paying attention understood that this rule was coming. They understood it would be timed to be close enough in time to the upcoming elections that it would be difficult to challenge it in court. And that's exactly how this has played out. What's remarkable about the Supreme Court's decision today is that they seem to ignore that this rule is supposed to be promulgated on Wednesday. And so I expect we'll hear more on that as the week gets further on.
So this is it's a legal question here because the Supreme Court's decision says this executive order would not cause irreparable harm to the states because it simply instructs the post office to consider making a rule. As you said, the Supreme Court, the post office made that rule and issued it on Friday. Am I missing something here? I mean, I assume the court has better information than I have.
No, you're missing nothing at all. In fact, all along in all of the courts that have looked at this executive order, the big issue has been what lawyers call ripeness. The argument has been this isn't right for a court to decide because the Postal Service hasn't promulgated rules. Well, now the government has undercut the best argument it had on its side. You know, this is why judges like Judge Talwani in Boston were only considering the legality of the order as to the 2026 election, because that was all that it was right for. And they were holding in abeyance 2028 and later elections. Now everything is on the table, but maybe the Supreme Court isn't seeing it the same way that we are.
I want to ask you about something else that the majority wrote on the court. It says the government, meaning the U.S. government, the government is likely to suffer irreparable harm.
The Supreme Court is not very smart.
The district courts
because if Trump is successful in all this, the dictator has no need for the Supreme Court, for a court that can tell him no.
Come too late for the 2026 midterms. The district
you understand what that means?
Deals a serious
prison
setback
or
to
death.
The executive's goals
take your pick.
While this litigation
that's what that means.
I have to say that's above my pay grade. As a guy whose only law, as you know, comes from Law and Order. What does that mean?
Well, look, this is one of the elements that someone who wants to get an injunction has to prove, irreparable injury. And this is a little bit of a screwball situation. The judge gave the plaintiffs an injunction. Now the government wants an injunction that will end that injunction. So the government has to prove these same factors, that it's likely to succeed on the merits. That's the whole ripeness argument. Then they have to prove that they're being irreparably injured as long as the initial injunction stays in place. And the government's argument here is that, in essence, because Donald Trump is the president and has the power to take certain steps, that they're being irreparably injured when the judge's injunction is in place. And look, there are two parties here, and on one side are voters arguing that they're being irreparably injured if we let this administration drop lists of who can and who can't vote. In many ways, this administration has been the gang that can't shoot straight when it comes to elections. You know, we hear stories about people who aren't citizens voting, but then when states like Nevada ask the government to prove that up, the government sort of is a dry well and can't come up with names.
Yeah, they said there were 16,000 people who voted illegally, and I was talking to the Secretary of State there who said they were able to come up with, I think, 17 or something like that.
That's right, and they can't put names to it. So these are the people that want us to trust them with creating these mail-in lists of who can and can't vote. It's just crazy sauce this close to an election.
I'm so deeply appreciative of you. Thank you so much, Joyce. It's always great to see you. MS Now legal analyst, Joyce Vance. All right, coming up, we're going to touch down in one red state where Republicans are trying to outrun their own record on data centers, and they do not appear to be succeeding. Plus, what may be the most consequential deal that Donald Trump didn't make for the American economy.
Let's manage a franchise and football head coach. Maybe Miles High City? Not feeling it. What about Beantown? Nah, that's not it either. Here's City by the Bay. Some good players, but I'm looking for something else. The Metroplex? Nah. City of Brotherly Love? No. Hey, there's also Heart of America. This is the perfect team to manage. Download Football Head Coach and become the head coach of your own franchise.
I'm your phony urine, and drinking more water won't make me go away. You think I'm here?
Didn't make for the American economy. Joining me now is Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. Arizona is one of the 23 states and the District of Columbia that filed a lawsuit that was stayed by the Supreme Court today. Secretary Fontes, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me back, Elliot.
How are you and your fellow Secretaries of State and Attorneys General interpreting this order from the court? It's a little tricky because it reads that it's dependent on the U.S. Postal Service not issuing a final order, but they issued the final order on Friday. It's going to be promulgated on Wednesday. So the crux of their stay is based on something that is very shaky.
Well, it's a combination of weirdness. First, that point that you made, it talks about a possible order, and yet they issued the order on Friday.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things about the rule, I should say not the order, the rule that the Postal Service issued on Friday was that it indicated that as long as there is an injunction in one of the two critical cases, and this California case was one of them, that the rule would not go into effect. Well, the League of Women Voters case does have an injunction on it, which is the second case, we'll just call it for now. Except that the Postal Service today filed a motion to reconsider that injunction. That comes after a Saturday filing by the plaintiffs to enforce the injunction, because the injunction was pending a rule. Once the rule issued, then they weren't actually supposed to do that under the district court's order. So this is a really convoluted legal puzzle. You've got a couple of different cases. You've got a court that appears to not be paying attention to what's happening day in and day out as they issue these rulings, and I can't help but sympathize with people that are wondering about who in that world is running the Supreme Court right now. It's like they're just not paying attention.
It is a distinct and separate issue that I'd like to cover this week, because I think people have to understand this. But there are two immediate issues facing us. One is the fundamental opposition that you and other states had to exchanging information with the government. I want to talk about that in a second. But now there is this slightly more immediate issue, and that is the confusion around this, because the rule is going to be promulgated on Wednesday. There's still an outstanding injunction, and September 4th is the first day that ballots start to get mailed out to folks who are registered in North Carolina. So we're 11 days away from this. That's a lot of stuff to organize. How do you think about this moving forward?
Well, look, the concerns in North Carolina are national concerns, because those UOCAVA ballots have to go out by law 45 days prior to the election date. We're on top of that date right now, or at least getting close enough to it in some of the states. Here's the thing. Just like with other folks, I was getting calls and emails from local county election officials in my own state. This is the biggest problem with this willy-nilly, shoot butt from the hip sort of policy making that's coming out of the White House with these ridiculous executive orders that flatly violate the Constitution. Look, it's real clear in Article 1, Section 4. The time, place, and manner of elections are set up by the legislatures of the state. That means by state law. And the Congress can get into it and make some rules. But it leaves out the executive. I don't think the president has the legal capacity to issue these executive orders. And so now that the rule has been promulgated by the Postal Service under this executive order, perhaps the Supreme Court will come back and say, that you can't do that because it pertains to elections. They haven't adjudicated the underlying facts,
Yes.
As I just indicated. So that's, look, uncertainty is the worst thing in the world for democracy. It's the worst thing in the world for business. And I'll tell you what, if I was an investor, I'd be thinking twice about investing in this country. Not that I'm down on the United States, but the current government gives me no confidence in stability or the capacity to lead in a way that would make me comfortable if I was bringing my money in from other places.
Help me answer this question. What is the USPS is demanding in exchange people's ballot information from states. Now, some voter information is available to the public in Arizona, for instance. So what's the difference between what's already public information and what the federal government is seeking from states in order to allow mail balloting?
So there's two buckets, as you indicated. One of them is the public bucket, and that is the sort of, we'll call it the transparency and accountability bucket. That's name, political affiliation, address, just a couple of basic identifiers so that you can see that this person is a registered voter and they got a ballot and whether or not they voted their ballot. That's how political parties keep track, candidates keep track so they can chase ballots during campaigns. Public information folks like you in the media can look at the raw numbers that way, and that's an accountability feature. Every voter also has a private section of the file so that we as elections officials can identify that, yes, this person is the actual person. That could include mom's maiden name, part or all of the social security number, tribal ID numbers, date and month of birth, and a whole bunch of other bits of private identifying information that we in Arizona are charged by law to keep private. And that was also the subject of the prior litigation that we've been winning across the country against this Department of Justice. So what we have here is really this odd situation where we're defending the law against the federal government and the executive branch. We're defending our voters and their privacy against this federal overreach that just seems so misguided and bizarre. I just don't understand it.
Well, that's what worries me, because you understand these things better than most people in the country. So that I thought I was just the one who was a little bit thick here, and I got to get that around.
We're going to have an election. It's going to go well. Come hell or high water, as I said before. I have confidence in election administrators. Nothing out of this White House is going to stop us. We ran elections through civil wars and pandemics, floods, fires, and earthquakes. This is the grit of America represented in our elections officials.
Adrian Fontes, thanks for joining us tonight. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. All right, coming up, President Trump, the self-proclaimed deal-maker-in-chief, has failed yet again to make a deal, and this latest failure may have the most long-lasting consequences of them all. And later, they say everything's bigger in Texas, and that includes the growing backlash and resistance to data centers. To data centers. Thousands of residents of northwestern Indiana remain without power nearly 2 weeks after severe storms struck the area back on August the 11th. At least 7 people were killed in the storms. Homes were destroyed. Businesses and schools remain closed. Gas pumps have run dry, and lines for food and other humanitarian assistance continue to be long. At one point, nearly 365,000 customers were without power in the heat of summer heat. Many only started getting power back in the last couple of days, but not in the town of Gary, Indiana, where the pain is being felt especially hard. About 1/3 of the residents of Gary live in poverty. Nearly 80% of the town is black, and that's led to criticism from civil rights leaders and advocacy groups and politicians. As local councilman Miles Tolliver says, quote, "My people are being overlooked." Joining me now is MS Now reporter Nnamdi Egwonwu in Gary. Nnamdi, tell me about the story.
Well, there essentially was a very intense storm in Indiana back on August 11th that devastated much of northwest Indiana, but the worst of that storm, worst of its impacts are felt in Gary. For context, Gary saw winds reach as high as 99 miles per hour. That's the equivalent of a Category 2 hurricane, and that was followed by days of heavy rainfall that led to flooding concerns. So ultimately what's happened is while that entire region was devastated, Gary saw the brunt of that damage, and that's what the utility provider in Indiana, NIPSCO, is saying is the reason why Gary is among the last towns citizens in Indiana to see its power restored. It's really twofold. They say because of the extent of the damage in Gary, it just was worse there than other portions of the state. And two, it's been harder for crews to get to certain communities, clear roads, remove down trees. Remember, you have to clear all of that out before you even get to the job of restoring the actual power line. So that is what the utility provider is saying is leading to the delay. Now, the other side of that, though, I point out that you have Governor Mike Braun, you have the Democratic mayor of Gary, you have residents that are saying that's not an excuse. These utility providers had 2 weeks now, roughly, to restore power. Competing utilities like ComEd restored power to their customers. It just seems like, at least according to the governor, NIPSCO is dropping the ball. Now, that company has said, hey, they're smaller than their competitors, they're working around the clock, but that's falling on deaf ears when you speak to residents in Gary, as I've done today, who have told me that they've thrown out their food and are wasting that money, who have told me that they are stressed that they are not able to go to work because they have to stay home with their kids because schools were closed, who tell me, I spoke to one person who said that they have insulin, things, actual medication that need to be refrigerated, that they have essentially had to risk expiring or just tossing out because of the lack of power. So roughly 2 weeks in, you can imagine residents are angry, they're frustrated. Now, just point out this, many have told me they were already dealing with higher utility rates from NIPSCO. Some have already gotten bills for next month, despite the fact that they currently don't have power. So you can imagine, not only are they deeply frustrated, there is also a degree of economic uncertainty that many in that community are facing right now.
Namdi, thanks as always for your great reporting on this. MS Now reporter Namdi Edwanwu. All right, coming up, President Trump's trade war with Canada will have a measurable impact on the economy, but it's the impact you can't measure that are going to do the long-lasting damage. As you first heard here on the 11th hour on Friday, intensive trade talks between the United States and Canada collapsed late last week. Both sides blame each other for the impasse. As a result, Donald Trump imposed 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian goods, including plywood, beer, and dairy. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney responded by promising to retaliate dollar for dollar, adding that his country was attacked and is now, quote, at war with the United States. Trump is now threatening to go further, vowing new tariffs on cars, trucks, auto parts, and steel. As the Wall Street Journal's editorial board writes, quote, President Trump took exception last year when we called his tariffs against Canada and Mexico the dumbest trade war in history. It got dumber this weekend. In addition to a host of economic demands, Prime Minister Carney says American negotiators also tried to prevent Canada from forging trade deals with other nations and restrict protections for Canadian culture, notably Quebec's French language laws. And that was a red line for Carney, who said Canada is, quote, not prepared to compromise on our sovereignty, the protection of the French language, and our culture. The United States Trade Representative called that a fake story. The Toronto Star writes that Carney saw Trump's move as a, quote, attack on Canadian sovereignty and attempted psychological annexation that could have turned Canada into an American client state, a sort of North American Belarus, end quote. This entire ordeal has infuriated Canadians across the political spectrum. Doug Ford, the Conservative Premier of Ontario, Canada's most populous province, says Trump is a dictator and a bully and a loser who can, quote, kiss my ass. Trump responded in kind, calling the Prime Minister Governor Carney, a reference to Canada being made the 51st state, and calling Doug Ford his flunky, adding, quote, someone should get these clowns to fall in line, end quote. When asked about this by a reporter this afternoon, Doug Ford again referred to his posterior.
Did the Prime Minister tell you to ask you to tone it down a bit?
No, he did. I'm not going to comment, but he wasn't against that. I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass. So,
well done.
I just did. I'm a big dude. What can I say?
The consequences of Trump turning America into an unreliable trade partner are already evident. Canada has been expanding its economic ties with other countries, including a major new deal with China, in which Canada imports Chinese electric vehicles and China imports more Canadian agricultural goods. In addition, Canada has accelerated plans to export a significant amount more crude oil to China. Joining me now is Justin Wolfers, professor of public policy and economics at the University of Michigan and the host of Platypus Economics. Justin, something you know, but many Americans may not know, is that Mark Carney is a liberal and Doug Ford is a conservative. And I mean, obviously in Canada, the spectrum is a little narrower, but these guys are on opposite sides of the political spectrum. This trade war with Canada has united Canadians in not a great way regarding America.
Absolutely. I actually think there's something really quite important for those of us on this side of the border to understand, which is to the Canadians, this is not a trade war. Look, the trade wars, tariffs, friends can figure stuff like that out. The real turning point in this relationship came when Trump started joking about making Canada the 51st state, made it clear that he didn't care about their consent, and actually said that he would use the United States' economic power to force it into submission. Look, I don't know what was in the president's heart at the time. Presumably this is some sort of a joke, but it turns out that when you tell another country you want to take over, whether they like it or not, they just don't take it well. And that, I think, for the Canadians,
how would
this is an existential
how would
threat.
any MAGA out there like it if Russia
States,
says, hey, we're going to take you over, whether you like it or not?
Changes everything.
Yeah, what would MAGA say about that? Huh?
This was so dumb. Your job as a politician is to make it easy for the other side to say yes.
Yeah.
The president's online trolling has made it impossible for the Canadians to say yes. He's hurt you and I and all of the viewers in order to be really good at social media.
Yeah. So tell me what the bigger problem is here, because this is $20 billion, so it's about 5% of trade with Canada, although it's $20 billion, that's real money. And by the way, if Canada retaliates, then they say dollar for dollar, so you double the impact that this has. But is it that? Because that's technically fixable. As you said, friends can work out trade issues. Or is it this long-lasting effect? Canada sells more than two-thirds of its goods to the United States, and it's just learning that it needs more trade partners. It needs to diversify its market.
Right. And so this is, I think you're exactly right. So this is where the background is really fundamentally important, which is the United States has a free trade agreement with Canada.
Yes.
It was initially put forward by President Clinton. It was called NAFTA. The first President Trump came to power and he just ripped it up. He said, I don't like it. Turns out he's not very good at doing his homework, so he taped it back together and then just gave it a new name, which was the USMCA. I always like to think it rhymes with YMCA, the song. It makes me think about the Village People. That makes me happy. But it was basically relabeled NAFTA. And then the second President Trump came to power and said, what idiot negotiated this agreement and ripped it up again?
Yeah.
Now, what he's on at this point is signing a deal with this bloke doesn't buy you anything.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then Carney and the Canadians would be fools to give anything up, because the president has already shown that on a whim he will choose not to deliver his end of the deal.
What's the Canada benefits from the fact that it's got this partner to the south that it can sell all its stuff to, but it's got a lot of stuff. It can sell it to other countries too. What happens to America? Because this abstraction that Trump carries on about these are costs that are paid for by the other country. When you put 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of things that are imported, that's some big portion of that, if not 100%, is going to hit the consumer who's buying the end product.
Right, so right there, we can do the math. You're going to be paying a lot more for a relatively small number of your goods. You're going to live with that. Let me explain the deeper problem. I live in Michigan. Michigan's on the border. It's one of the great producers of automobiles in the world. And the way that works is we combine American expertise with Canadian expertise, which is there's one auto industry that's basically all around that border right there.
Yep.
The Americans have the assembly factories. The car door, though, might come from Canada. Now, if you're a Canadian auto parts manufacturer, locating right on that border and really throwing your lot in with General Motors and Ford in the future of Detroit made a lot of sense when Clinton negotiated NAFTA. But now the president he literally spent more of today declaring a trade war against Canada than against Iran.
Yep.
Despite the fact today was D-Day. But so now if you're a Canadian auto parts manufacturer, you no longer want to throw your lot in with Detroit because you no longer feel confident that that's going to be an ongoing, valuable, lasting relationship. You might build your next factory instead next to the port so that you can do business with Europe. That's the deeper and longer lasting thing. And that's going to hurt, yes, both the Canadian firm, but also it's going to mean that Detroit loses preeminence as an auto manufacturer.
Yep.
And this isn't just a story about cars, it's a story about cooperation.
Anything you talk about, it can be the same thing. The ports will relocate to the coasts where one side can go to Asia and one side can go to Europe. And eventually everybody will learn to live with it, but the effects are longer lasting than the tariff percentage on goods. Justin, as always, you make things so much clearer for us. We always appreciate you. Justin Wolfers, Professor of Public Policy and Economics at the University of Michigan. All right, coming up, the Democrats hoping to turn the Texas governor's mansion blue is tapping into the state's bipartisan backlash over data centers, encouraging Republican voters to break rank and support her. And there's reason to believe she's succeeding.
Your team, your name, your pride. Show your Detroit spirit.
I'll be right back.
Imagine the roar of the crowd, the thrill of the game.
Ah. Four hours. All right. I'm going to go ahead and take a break. I still got to go to the VA, then I've got to get ready for that colonoscopy tomorrow. So I think now's a good time to shut her down. It's 9:45, June 1st, fourth year of this map. This is Farming Simulator 22 Michigan Farms map. Schafer's Ag Service, part 125, if I remember correctly. This is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. 125. Thanks for watching, and we'll see y'all later. Probably won't be back till Wednesday afternoon. So, take care. Bye.